Hey guys, welcome back to the Pylon Show. This is episode number 123, and this show is it's not about StarCraft this time. We're going to be talking to some of the game developers of a new RTS game known as Immortal. Let's just introduce these guys first. First up, someone that I think a lot of people in StarCraft probably do remember, Jack Attack, an old friend of mine.
Hey,
Jack, can
man.
you introduce yourself some for people if they don't know you or don't recall you?
Yeah, man. So I decided in 2012 that I was going to sell everything I own, move across the country, and make hotkeys for StarCraft 2. It was a really risky and dangerous decision, and somehow I'm here talking to you on this show. So I think it worked out. I worked on the StarCraft 2 reality TV show with Polt and Violet. I did casting, I did tournament hosting, I did pretty much a little bit of everything for a very, very long time. And that's where I met all these guys, which eventually turned into to SunSpear Games, and that's how I'm sitting in front of you now.
Yeah, great to see you back and doing some stuff.
Thanks.
Then we have Dylan Kahn, who speaks. Dylan, can you
Hey,
introduce yourself a bit?
yeah, so I'm an Omega nerd. I have always really loved world building, and I basically grew up with StarCraft being one of the three pillars of my childhood, the other being like Elder Scrolls and Halo. So, yeah, I got involved in the modding community about 8, 9 years ago by getting into arguments with Dustin Browder and David Kim regarding like Protoss design in StarCraft 2. And like
One
it turned
of
out to be
us. One of
and they obviously disagreed with my opinion, so I started raging out on TL. And lo and behold, I got to get in touch with Tom and Coulter and some of the other like co-founders, like Travis, because Travis at that time was just starting to take over Starbow's lead design. So, yeah, I basically write the characters, like the lore in Immortal, and help Travis marry mechanics to theme. So, as I'm assuming you'll have issues with what we're doing, it's my fault. You
Okay.
can blame me.
Some ownership right there.
Yeah.
And we have Travis Toller, December's Calm. Can you introduce yourself a bit, please?
Yeah, I'm Travis Toller. Just been December's column forever on TL. So I've basically just been a giant modder, and like big fan of Brood War since way back before StarCraft 2. Followed along all the esports, and then just did a bunch of modding and creative stuff, and then moved into StarCraft 2, where I went really hard into Starbow and
Hmm.
took over as co-lead with Zephyus, if you remember him.
Oh, of
Um,
course, yeah.
yeah, so me and Zephyus were kind of like charging ahead of charging the Starbow scene, and just doing all the unit design, refreshing the mechanics, all that, getting really involved in that. And then I moved on from that, and I would always do just RTS experiments. Giant fan of pretty much every genre, but RTS is the biggest one that I like to play around with and explore and try to break. Um, and then ended up really appreciating and getting along with the same goal as the rest of the SunSpear team. Getting to the point where, yep, Immortal is definitely the direction that is super everybody wants to go and develop for.
That's awesome. It's cool that you were actually working so heavily on Starbow. I played a lot of Starbow for a bit. I thought that was an amazing mod. It was kind of like a cross for people that don't know between StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. And it seemed
Yeah,
like it had a good future, but unfortunately, I guess it didn't quite catch on enough. But
yeah. Anything arcade is all that's competing against the main game on its own platform is
yeah,
always just
yeah.
it's just kind of destined not to, there's too many barriers.
Very
But
tough
it,
without
it was
matchmaking.
cool because it was ahead of its time for quite a bit where, okay, you could do carrier micro like you could in Brood War.
Mm.
For the longest time, because I hacked it in, I had to hack in so many things like moving shots for ground units,
Yeah,
long
like
before
Lilish.
StarCraft 2 ever got it back.
Yeah, it had like the cleanness of StarCraft 2 control, but then like a lot it felt more like StarCraft 1 with the units, which was really cool. But yeah, I guess enough about Starbow. Let's talk about SunSpear Games. How did you guys come together and decide to do this? When did this happen? What's some background on the company?
All right, so I think it's probably best we start with the core. We'll move
Yep.
to Dylan and One Goal and Coulter, and then move to Starborn, Immortal, and Vanguard after that. So
Okay.
2012, I arrogantly decided that I had made the greatest hotkey layout in the history of StarCraft 2. I labeled it as such, and I got humbled super hard on Team Liquid. One of the really cornerstones of my personal development, actually. Like, I was super cocky. And that's where I met this other guy, Coulter Hochstetler, and he was making Dark Grid, and so Dark Grid and my layout were kind of like fighting against each other, and I was like, his layout's bad because of these reasons. And I said, all right, so before I make this scathing critique of this layout, I should probably reach out to the guy and talk to him, and I did. And then we spent 4 hours commiserating over the annoyances of the way that the mechanics of StarCraft 2 were implemented, and the infestor, and how hard it is to set up for custom hotkeys, and the annoyance of the starport, which is all just like stuff that anyone who's used the core and understands the deep hotkey stuff is nodding their heads right now, like, yep, that's awful. And everyone else is like, what the hell are you talking about? And so that's how I met Coulter, and Coulter and I built the first version of the core, and I continued to develop, and Coulter kind of moved on into this other space, making mods and stuff like that. And that's where Coulter and Dylan kind of met initially. Dylan, you want to take it from here?
Yeah. So the first time that Coulter called me to talk about like game design and possibly working together, I think I talked his ear off about like Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind because I was like doing a deep dive on that at the time, and then we actually got to StarCraft. Um, yeah, so basically, I met Coulter kind of after getting into arguments with devs in StarCraft 2, kind of around racial identity and how mechanics define that. So, like, the issue I took with StarCraft 2 Protoss is, especially in Wings of Liberty, they really were reliant on tricks. They felt more like Eldar and Warhammer 40k than like the space Roman Teutonic Knights that just fucking walk into battle and stab people in the face. Um, and I think just sort of the reliance of force field, the existence of marauders, generally kind of shifted, and just in general, like balance changes around optimized pathing, the hyper optimized pathing of StarCraft 2 made them feel very fragile in order to be balanced, obviously, with the elephant in the room being Warp Gate. So, yeah, like basically, Coulter was impressed by sort of my focus on emotional resonance with faction identity and faction mechanics, and that got us talking on Team Liquid, of course. And basically, that's how I met Tom, and that's how I met Travis. And Coulter and I started like iterating on this community project mod called One Goal. The balance was absolutely awful because I was a Protoss main, so there you have it. It is my fault. Um, and basically, we started focusing less on balance and more on sort of design decisions. So going like, man, stalkers really don't like have the same heft as dragoons, and it's to make sure it's to make sure that they're balanced with blink. Immortals are a really binary fucking unit in terms of their unit relationships, and obviously this is before like people really got the hang of like Warp Prism Micro and stuff. So it was mostly just like experimentations of like, why is Zerg like, they're supposed to be the swarmy faction and they have a tier 1.5 unit that's worth 2 supply, and why is the Hydralisk like tier 2? Um, so just experimenting and challenging those ideas, and I think those kind of planted the first seeds for going like, oh wait, like we could actually make something that really can make a contribution to RTSs in general. And that's kind of when we started working on criteria and reaching out to Travis. Um, a lot of our mods, especially in the early days, were dog shit. A lot of trial and error and a lot of learning.
Okay. So, right, is there anything else about the beginnings of the company that we should know before we start talking about what you're working on here?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd add is sort of the criteria that we approached this with
Yep.
was once we kind of hit that critical mass of going, wow, there is actually a lot of promise here. Is we started I think with initially like 15 or 18 points of criteria and eventually boiled it down to 10, but going around like what are the kind of pain points and traditional strengths of RTS, and how do we leverage and maximize those inherent strengths, and how do we mitigate sort of the stumbling blocks that have come along the way? We didn't have any assumptions going into it. We approached it kind of from a scientific point of view. We went where the data led us, but stuff like the new player experience is like being baptized in fire, and if you survive, great. You're welcome to the promised land. Welcome to the greatest genre in gaming.
Mhm.
But the vast majority of people lose out on that magic because they are thrown into a dumpster by randos on the internet for 2 weeks before they learn how to make workers. And turns out that, especially with modern gaming trends and the rising expectations of a player experience, that's not tenable. And we're seeing the results of that today. And we've seen that, I would argue, for the last 2 to 5 years, depending where you want to start. So that was all stuff that we were looking at when we were systematically kind of going through builds, going through entire mods that we would have to throw away because the premise was just fundamentally flawed. Um, yeah, there's a long like graveyard, and it interestingly mirrors sort of different attempts by actual developers who got real money to kind of explore what would and would not work within the context of a competitive RTS. So we definitely learned with those people, often being alpha testers. So once we basically checked off every sort of RTS, sort of like, oh yeah, it needs to do this satisfactorily, we were like, okay, we can actually show this to professional StarCraft 2 players and have them tear it apart, and we can start looking at how do you balance an experience like this, and they tore it to pieces. We had a lot of private testing, and eventually, like, this is kind of when Jeff entered the picture. Once we kind of hit a critical mass in terms of balance, we showed it to Jeff. It was probably the most nervous I've been in my entire life. And he said, "Look, if it if it looks like two caterpillars pooping on each other, like I'm going to tell you." I went, "Yeah, I fucking bet." So, but he liked it. He became an advisor, and he promoted us. Frankly, when like I'm not entirely sure we deserved any sort of promotion, but he threw his weight behind us. So that was kind of the third testing invitational. That's when we had Classic, Gumiho, tons of other people, Tails, Billowy, Korean A-listers, prominent, NA and EU professionals. And it held up. Like, it wasn't perfect, but and the gameplay was a little too slow, the lethality was a little too low, but representation was good in terms of composition diversity, and really held up. The production quality was legendarily bad, and every time I look at it, I cringe. But that's when we kind of knew, like, we polled everyone, we talked with everyone. We had about a 93% positive feedback rating from professionals who are better on a mod that they played like less than 50 times better than I'll ever be. So that was a big sort of thing, a big light going on in our heads, going, okay, we do have something, and that's kind of when we seriously started pursuing funding, recruiting people, industry veterans, because we were modders. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing when it comes to like company organization, marketing, how do you scale, how do you raise money. We've been flying by the seat of our pants basically for the better part of a decade, and the only reason we've survived is we're willing to endure you know, um, things that I think a lot of Silicon Valley startups aren't willing to. We're willing to endure discomfort, and we're willing to learn hard lessons. And I think it's basically our time in the StarCraft community as community members that have taught us those skills.
Yeah, and enduring discomfort is something all StarCraft players, have to be really
Beneath
on
thick
top
skin.
of.
You get
Yep.
real good, man. You get a lot of practice.
Yeah. I'm uncomfortable every
Oh.
day of my life with StarCraft.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
oh, that's great. So how many years ago did you guys start this company, basically?
I mean, kind of depends when. So
Officially
we
starting
make
the company, yeah.
like 2017, 2018 is
Yep.
kind of like when it
Okay.
became official.
Mhm.
So
But you
yeah,
were
we
working on the previous versions, like what you were talking about before was
Yeah.
Vanguard, right? So you were
yeah.
working on that
Experiments.
even before
That
that.
that was about, yeah, so including R&D, basically dedicated R&D for making, like, an RTS, that was not aimed to help improve the StarCraft 2 ecosystem, was about 6 years. So we've been doing research and
Hmm.
development for 6 years, which lines up with a AAA production cycle, obviously with a fraction of the personnel, so take
Mhm.
that for what you will.
Okay, cool. How many people work at SunSpear Games or help with it or however you want to define
32
that?
full time. Yeah, we have 32 people on full time, and
Wow.
we'll be probably tripling over the next 3 to 6 months. I'm sure I'm going to get strangled by my CEO
This
after I
kills
say
me.
this.
Yep. See if you can spot yourself, guys. This is our
This is so
meme
fucking
team
cringe.
photo. When you have COVID, when COVID's about and you can't do a team photo, you gotta make do. So thank you very much to our boy Johnny doing the graphic stuff.
Oh,
Appreciate
Doing
I want
God's
that.
my
work.
face on the worker instead.
Yeah, you are that
Then of
pro.
course up there, yeah, high above us all, it's our CEO Kevin. We
Yeah,
love Kevin.
Kevin's a good
Excellent.
man.
Yeah, Kevin has taught us to be actual professionals in the company instead of just a random group of people.
Yep.
Mm. Do you guys work like in the same place? Are you guys like in an office or is this all
hmm
online or?
Yeah, so we got a lot of experience, obviously remote working, because modding.
Mm.
Um, our team actually also comes from a modding community, from the Skywind community, which is a weird kind of organism because it's like 400 or 500 people all going like, we really like Morrowind. Let's remake it in the Skywind engine. Also, it wasn't made for voice acting, so we're just going to rewrite the entire game to be like a modern AAA experience. Um, I mean, like organizationally, it's a a spectacle. But those people are like us in that they're incredibly scrappy. They're there for quality. They're there for the craft, and they're there to basically do whatever it takes to get the job done. So there was a very strong value match there. Um, yeah, today we're primarily focused on co-locating to the southern border of Oregon, Ashland kind of area. It's a very pretty place, Mediterranean climate, very similar to like Tuscany. Um, and currently, yeah, just between COVID, like that would definitely threw a few wrenches into the co-location plan. But if all goes well, we'll probably have an office in Europe, in the Netherlands, and then possibly an office in Santiago, Chile later this year, or early next year.
Oh wow, an office in Chile. That's cool.
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
really awesome place.
yeah, no, that sounds. I'd love to check that out. Uh, okay, so that's actually a really a good background on the company. I actually like I'm coming in here pretty ignorant about what's going on, right? Like I remember Vanguard popping up onto my radar years ago, and I've watched a few of the videos you guys sent over and stuff. And I mean, I'm just a big RTS fan, so that's really kind of cool to hear about how long you guys have been working on it and the fact that you have 32 people working full time. I'm like, oh, wait a second, this is super, super legit. Like that is a lot of people, and that fact that you're going to build upon that in the coming months is really exciting. But I want to know, okay, so your goals, you kind of mentioned this a little bit during there. What are your goals making this RTS? Because you mentioned about how like people, the onboarding experience, people get dumpstered as soon as they get on and fight and stuff. And this is always something I find interesting when people are working on RTS games or like thinking about how to make RTS games is like what is the goal? How are you making this accessible without destroying the competitiveness or the
Yeah,
beautiful
skill
things about
ceiling
RTS, that type of
yeah,
thing.
skill ceiling and skill floor, like the
Yeah,
magic. Yep.
yeah,
I mean, that's the billion-dollar question, right? Like
yeah.
we there has literally been the better part of $100 million invested into answering that question, and pretty much everyone has come up short. And that's
Mhm.
literally why we made it extra hard for ourselves, and we gave ourselves as many reasons not to make this game as possible, and only allowed ourselves to pursue actual development once we felt not just that we thought we had solved it, but that literally the best players on Earth, that top 1% and that 0.1% and that 0.01% said, yeah, this is potentially viable. Um, so yeah, I mean, like I think the key thing is like we had to. I'm going to turn this over to the actual experts. I'm the student in this relationship, always have been. But the broad principle is we've always looked for like, okay, what is the core experience that makes RTS a superior competitive genre? What makes it the best? Well, it's incredibly watchable. It's incredibly expressive when it's built correctly to showcase a player's skill intuitively to a viewer. it has sort of a natural ebb and pacing that naturally climaxes into these big badass battles that rage across an entire map. The magic of Brood War is still unparalleled in esports, in our opinion.
Mhm.
So the question is, like, systematically investigating, all these sort of assumptions about game design, and seeing, like, okay, do these exist for real reasons, or are these just like sacred cows, or just sort of leftovers from a previous era of game design that no one's actually seriously questioned? And we found ourselves more than we thought we would agreeing with Blizzard, because turns out, like, the Blizzard formula is still today, like, we would argue, the best. But there were also a lot of opportunities to kind of improve and sand things down. And I can talk. I want actually Tom to talk about this because he's an expert on that, and I want Travis to talk about the skill ceiling and how we maintain that.
Mm.
Yeah, so we've done a lot of stuff. I think I want to start off by framing this in sort of my relationship in the group and what I do, which is I try to make sure that the new player experience is easy and awesome as accessible as possible. And if I was the only person in the room, that would be terrible. But I've got Travis, and so I'm like, "Hey, Travis, I got this crazy idea. Like, what if we did this thing? Like, is it okay?" And then Travis would be like, "Oh no, that won't work because of this, this, and this." And I'm like, "Yep, you're 100% right. Great, I'll come back with another idea." Um, and so that's kind of been the process for a long time. So we've done a lot to lower the skill floor. Obviously, I care a lot about the hotkeys. So something that I do that other games tend not to do is I organize the controls and the hotkeys around what is going to feel best once you learn the hotkeys and what's going to be the most natural shape for your hand, in order to reduce potential RSI issues, but also just to make the on ramp a lot easier. One example is what we call the combined command card. So in our game, if you're controlling High Templar and Sentries, you have Force Field and all the spells available to you all in the same layer. The same thing with unit production. You press one button, it will tell you what units you can build and how much, and you choose what you want to build, and it builds. And so just kind of reorganizing the game and simplifying the hotkey structure is one of those things that once you learn it, it's gone, and so it really only has an impact on the beginning experience. So optimizing that is quite big. But Travis can talk more about making sure we maintain the skill ceiling.
Yeah, so basically my role for a lot of the development was basically being a mad scientist and just trying out crazy ways to change the game. Like, what if we just completely remove snowballing? How can we remove snowballing? Like, weird stuff like that. Like, what if units just respawn and you just buy them initially, and then you just have them forever? They'll just respawn. Yeah, that didn't work. You would see like giant armies just respawn. They'll just go and sacrifice an entire army to go kill an expansion, because that's all that mattered. Your army would respawn, and then you've got defenders advantage. They have to go to your base now.
Yeah,
Just
Sean
weird
shut us down
stuff.
on that too. That was
So
very fun.
the fruits of those are like, oh, we try different things where, like, okay, we don't have farms, right? We don't have supply depots. Instead, you build a production building, and that includes the supply for it, including the cost component. So whenever you're trying to increase how much army you have, you're like, okay, I want more infantry. I guess I'll go build a barracks. And that's just all you have to do, because that's like your mental plan is, I want more stuff, build a thing that builds more troops, right? And that it just connects logically. And then all of a sudden, wow, people aren't constantly supply blocked at the lower level, where they're literally building a barracks, they build some troops, they build another supply depot, and then they can build more troops. Then they're like, oh god, like just these constant annoyances that, like, you can smooth out and do.
I think
Um,
I want to come in real quick here, because ultimately one of the big sort of litmus tests of the experience is that when you're a newer player and you're playing with an experienced player, it feels very bad if you don't show up on the battlefield with somewhere near the same number of units. It's just like you show up to the battle, you have this tiny army, you're like, oh, I don't even stand a chance. I don't get to interact this game. I'm gonna get buried, and I need to macro harder next game, which you should do, and kind of sucks for the new player. And so with this production change, new players are just able to crank out a ton of units, and then they can spend a lot more time saying, oh, what do I want to do with these units? Where do I want to put them? What spells do I want to cast? And players tend to be attracted to those kind of activities much more than something like building a supply depot.
The APM fest of how much you can build, how quickly.
Yeah, I think like there's this weird like gotcha moment for the onboarding experience for would-be RTS players. Like if you ask like gamers our age and frankly fairly younger, like classic RTS titles actually show up pretty frequently in the top 10. And it's because the fantasy is fucking badass. Like who doesn't want to command an army and smash their opponents and conquer the land, right? Like it's a pretty powerful and pretty old story. The problem is like people come into an ecosystem going like, yeah, this is the core fantasy I want to engage in, and then they don't get to do that. Instead, they have to like basically go through a shit ton of hoops, and those hoops aren't really well communicated traditionally through tutorials, so they don't even have these like expectations like remotely met or given. So they just, like I said, like they get thrown into a dumpster and stuff, like stuffed in, set on fire, and then they have to learn. Oh, okay, I have to make workers every 12 seconds or 15 seconds. Oh, I have to keep up on my macro cycles, and those are all like, frankly, unnecessary barriers. And so, like, we adopted this philosophy called opt-in complexity, where we take the like scaffolding and architecture of a like premier Blizzard style RTS where there are build orders and there are 100 million things that you can always optimize. And we don't make the really like rote repetitive ones. Like we make those kind of optional but substandard if you don't directly engage in them. So, we have semi-automated worker production where you have it on by a toggle, but if you want to like shave workers to like crank out a specific unit or, just tailor a specific like build order, cut corners, you absolutely can do that. We maintain all of the functionality of like a Brood War style RTS, and we provide a means for lower skill players to actually engage in that experience and take it on as they're able to. And they're always going to lose versus a better player, pretty much always. That's important. Better players need to win the game. The key thing is we need to get players to a position where they can go, oh my God, I made an army and it fought things. Once you get them, they're fine with losing. As long as they understand why they lost, you have their buy in. And so it's been about scaling that kind of magic and making it accessible to a much larger group of players while still maintaining, like, yep, if you are like 0.1% better than this person, you will win like 99% of the time. Like that's the degree.
Yeah. Anywhere we've shifted into ease of macro mechanics, we generally have made a lot of gains in terms of going towards inspired from Brood War, where it's easier to take more bases. The bases are a bit more spread out. Controlling those bases is harder, right? And in StarCraft 2, it tends to be very easy to jump to that 3 base count. You just kind of sit on that. And then you jockey for your eventual next base take and dominance of the map. Where our workers are free in our game; they cost no supply. They cost money, but they don't cost supply. So you keep encouraged. You keep getting encouraged to take base after base after base, and that pushes both players into a harder and harder macro game where your opponent becomes
Okay.
more difficult.
All right, hold on. We have like that's yeah, I want to talk about that as well, but I do want to jump back to what you were saying just before this. With like yeah, like for weaker players to be able to get an army, it definitely sounds like you're helping with the accessibility of new players coming in. But don't you worry that if like basically your barracks is giving you supply and everyone's going to be able to make armies and not get supply blocked and things like that, that it's going to lower the skill differentiation between players because suddenly it becomes so simple to macro compared to a StarCraft 1 or a StarCraft 2 game?
In my experience, the StarCraft 2 pros would still end up just being more effective in pretty much every dimension, including just like the timing of when they're building bases, getting
Mhm.
their troops, deciding when to macro. Like I would always be mid masters player in StarCraft 2, and just
Mhm.
play tons of Starbow, I'm used to Brood War. Like I can do Micromechanics, but then like I'll still just be nowhere near as clean. Like I will still end up at the battlefield with less troops than the pros that get brought in. Um,
Mhm.
just to how clean and optimized everything is for them. Where the bigger or the biggest differences and why it's so painful when you start seeing lower level players is a lower level player who is still learning how to macro. It's not a matter of like how much or sorry, like how much they're bringing to the fight. Usually it's a matter of like when they actually macro. So it tends to be you have one low level player fight another low level player. One guy will say, okay, now my mind is finally going to focus on making an army, and then now he has like 500 troops, right? And the other
Mhm.
guy's like maybe 30 seconds or a minute down the line, he still got like 10 guys, right? And that's it, because he hasn't got his mind set to it yet. So that tends to be what happens at lower levels. The difference between or people winning and losing at lower levels is so heavily biased towards just raw troop count in most RTSs that it's insane. Where at the
Mhm.
top level, that just is nowhere near the case, and it matters a lot less.
Okay. Okay. So it, yeah, it sounds like you're wanting people to spend their time less on macro mechanical type of things and instead focus more heavily on strategic and maybe micro oriented things. You didn't say that part, but I assume
Yep.
that has to be
Yep.
a
Yeah,
bigger part of it.
lots of multitasking. At the top level, people have so much more room to just have little hit squads everywhere, like you, and just push your opponent to the brink and just outstretch them.
Mhm.
That like whenever we're bringing in pros and I get to play, against pros, and I'll have like a semi pro right playing with me, and they'll play like twice, and I'll be like, okay, these are those 2 games that I could maybe win, and they get adjusted to the game, and they just completely outclass me, and I'm just completely stretched in terms of multitasking and base control and all that. It's just absurd.
Yeah,
I think
actually, we got a story. Thermal was playing our build today, and he didn't know about the third resource, which is super, super powerful, which we can get into later. And he was just game one, no problem, smashing every single of the best of our playtesters without any learning curve at all, and without accessing a third of the resources.
Yeah, that's
It's
funny.
it's a beautiful thing to watch professionals do what they do, man.
Oh,
yeah.
totally.
I guess regarding micro, like basically one of our design bibles was just Lelouch's various rants on Team Liquid about how StarCraft 2 kind of came up short. This is all, of course, before like they changed the hard code. So stuff like turret tracking, moving shot, all that stuff, the
Mm.
bones of like deep micro. Um, it turns out that when we make the economic changes that we've made, we make the value of each individual game piece that much more important. And so that scales really well with sort of deep brood war micro.
Could you explain that a little bit? I'm a little
Sure.
bit
So
confused about what you mean by that.
yeah, so like I can't remember which Day 9 Daily this is, but one of the things that he talks about is like Mutalisk return on investment with optimal micro, right? Like so, and this is sort of how you can visualize, like just as a plebeian like myself, like when Jadong is controlling Mutaswarm, it's very different than when I'm or like just another
Mhm.
top 200 player. Like he's in a league on his own. And that's
Yeah.
because Mutalisks, just the way that they work with the engine and the way they work with the competitive metagame, um like you're the expert on this, not me. You get like a 1500% ROI. Like it is an
Mhm.
insane like difference between how many marines you can kill and how many Mutalisks you can kill. Now
Yeah.
we can't hit that because there's a number of like variables, like brood war pathing. Marines are very fragile. Mutalisks are a very good unit, but
Compromise between clunkiness and smoothness.
Yeah.
yeah, but we can get pretty high up. And that's we can get a lot. The more important thing is we can get a lot higher in terms of ROI than your standard like StarCraft 2 unit, which is only like what is it, Travis? Like 50% to 150% bonus.
Yeah, most StarCraft 2 units are designed in a way that the like micro wasn't that much of a goal at
Yeah, that's
Mm.
first
very
when
true.
they designed everything initially. So they didn't pay attention very much to like the fine stats, like everything's just super clean, super crisp. Everything responds instantly.
Mhm.
And then you
Yeah,
have
there's not
mechanics
as
like
much
Zealot
finesse.
Charge. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You have mechanics that just completely remove any finesse, right? You can't finesse zealots when they're charging. They're just
Mhm.
crazy fast. The
Totally.
faster units move with the smarter pathing, then all of a sudden it's hands off, right? It becomes more about
Okay.
spells. The more and more the way everything just naturally moves and fights gets smoother.
Okay. Let me jump us laterally just real quick here because you're starting to get into an area that I really want to hear about from you guys before we dive into the exact details of your game, which is which RTS titles and which RTS like aspects, unit ideas, those types of things have you looked at and you like and are inspired by to reproduce in Immortal, and which ones do you look at and say this was wrong. This is not the way to make a good RTS game. Because I'm quite sure that everyone that thinks about making an RTS game has things where they're like, "Oh, I love this and I hate this." Like, "Wow, the Baneling was a bad idea, but we kept it in." And then this was a good idea and we want to replicate that. So I really want to hear like, obviously there's several different really good RTS games out there, but like what did you look at and say yes and what did you look at and say no?
Yeah, we have opinions on that.
Yeah, no, I really want to hear that because
I love
it's
storm hosts.
yeah.
Yeah, you heard it here first.
Exactly.
Temporary units. We actually decided to make a whole faction out of temporary units. We
Yeah,
think they're the
temporary.
best. They're really easy to
no.
design around and not dangerous at all, and don't have to be very, very carefully implemented.
So I feel like that can go into a very much a unit by unit basis. In general, we like to trend towards as extreme as we can get away with, and then reel it back in. Because ultimately, RTS are about being fun, right? Everyone's here to have a fun time. That's most people's appeal. And then you have the crazy people like us who are really hardcore and just want to also just improve and improve and improve.
Yeah.
So we
I'm
tend to
not
be
here for
very
fun, but yeah, I
inspired.
know what
So the way we like to work is we tend to like want to be more about, okay, here's creative people with funny ideas and brainstorm, and then they'll come to me and I'd be like, okay, that's actually too extreme and will never work. I'm sorry. But we want to be inspired. We want to have like creative stuff like Command and Conquer 2 has just absurd unit design. Like where we can get away with it, we want absurd stuff.
Okay.
With our faction, we've had to play a little bit more safe, but we want to trend as much as possible, get crazy and weird as possible, and then we pull it back into what is sound design and works. Right? It's not anti-fun. It's not it doesn't have too many problems, and it is beholden to some very very important criteria.
Well,
Like
what would be some anti-fun things that you're trying to avoid, like using examples
Swarm
from other
hosts.
oh
RTS games?
yeah,
Yeah.
so
My God.
Reapers are probably one of my best examples where,
Okay.
depending on how they're implemented, Reapers are units where if you don't have enough built-in defender's advantage, a player who's just a little bit better at micro just shuts down the game super, super early every single time.
Mhm.
And that becomes just such a frustrating unit. But that's obviously you can wiggle it and change it and try to make it better. But
Mhm.
yeah, that can definitely be some anti-fun areas. Um, Definitely one of the anti-fun mechanics would be like if there's just a constant swarm of a trait of attrition, right? Like swarm host cause. Like
Mhm.
we want there to be attrition when armies skirmish and fight. There needs to be some exchange of value generally.
Mhm.
If you are trying to like you can use a spell and that's going to cost you energy and that's now there's the time trade-off for that, but they need to be close enough that generally now your opponent can decide, hey, I'm going to go commit towards you, right? So we have lots of requirements. Another is lethality can be a big topic where a lot of people are not looking at the mini map the entire time. Their eyes aren't literally glued, and they can't just be constantly looking out. So Starcraft has this phenomenon where you'll be macroing and you're like looking at your base, and then you look back at your army, and it's just literally gone, and you don't know what happened. And it happened in a span of 3 seconds, and
Yeah.
you didn't
Hi,
see
Banelings,
just
what's up?
a giant
Banelings,
swarm
yeah.
of banelings
Widowmine
crash
drops
through.
high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That stuff can be just oof.
Mm.
So we have some ideas on stuff we don't want to do, but then yeah, we definitely trend towards as crazy as possible. Um, in terms of games, like we're very much StarCraft DNA in terms of like okay, just the Twitch action of StarCraft units is just
Mhm.
unparalleled between pretty much every other RTS. Yeah. Do you have anything
Okay.
to add, Dylan?
Sorry, there were some heating pipes going on. So yeah, I think for me, like basically, like Brood War occupies like the golden standard in my brain in the sense
Mhm.
that it's just the way that the units move and shoot, and how they just kind of like by miraculous accident kind of came together perfectly with the economy and how like that economy got refined by map makers. There's a dynamic that I think is just gold that we are absolutely trying to replicate and like kind of democratize in Immortal. So, and that is like this sort of chaotic late game where you have these incredible battle lines drawn across the entire map, and there are pushes, counter pushes. Any Flash like versus JDOG game is like pretty much a textbook example of this. And that chaos is like always augmented whenever one of these badass commanders like is present, and units move better when they're commanded properly,
Mhm.
and the fights actually don't like StarCraft 2 pro games, especially like in light of units like the Disruptor or Banelings. It's like two samurais like kind of sizing each other up, and the first one to make the hit like wins, or has a huge advantage. Whereas like Brood War is like it's these 30 to 90-second encounters where there's battle lines that buckle and break, and there's so much time for you to appreciate all the amazing things that the pros are doing, as
Mhm.
well as like digest what's fucking happening, and that's amazing. So yeah, like to me that's like the golden standard, and it's not to say like that Brood War is a perfect game, like you
Brood War is
know
brutal.
well, and just in terms of unit design, like ghosts
Yeah,
are
yeah.
kind of wonky, like queens are kind of weird. The scout like is literally a meme. So and you know what, like those are obviously lovable, like they've aged well, but there's more than one way to like create a great RTS. I think in sort of things that like Dawn of War 3 is the one that makes me like kind of the most like curious, or like drop zone, where it's like I don't know what the developers like what their vision was when they're going down and trying to make, whatever they were trying to make. Like and this isn't to like shit on anyone. Like development is fucking hard, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of like stakes on it. Like people's careers and families literally are like in the balance on this stuff. But yeah, it's like, why did you think this element of a MOBA was fun at all? Like, this is literally the worst part of playing a MOBA. And, you know, why are you like, especially Dawn of War 3, where it's like you make a special unit or like a fucking summon, and like you literally invalidate like why did you build units like that weren't
Mhm.
this. So it's one of those, like RTS is really hard, um and there's definitely a huge boneyard of attempts where I've looked at and gone like, well, we're obviously not doing that, right, Travis? And Travis is like, what? Oh yeah, that like that was going to die like on launch. Yeah, we're not doing that. So yeah, like a lot of learning opportunities.
Okay. The way that you've been talking about how you like battles raging across the map and the multitasking aspect. Now, I don't know this for sure, but it sounds to me like there's no hero unit in your game. Is that
N-
is
no.
that correct?
Oh,
Correct.
very much anti-hero units.
Okay, that makes me very happy to hear, I have to say, because I think that this is a big thing that people miss out on is when you have a hero unit, you can't really have the raging battles across the map. Like that's
Yep.
Yep.
Mothership
yeah.
core phenomenon is what we call that.
Oh my.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
the
don't normally think of the
centralization of
mothership core,
power,
but
man. Yeah,
yeah.
if you centralize all the power into one spot, turns out it makes things real binary.
Yep.
Yeah. We want to make sure we give as much room as possible. Like having more stuff brought to a fight is always better. So we want every excuse possible to make sure that you can find advantages in splitting up your troops and hitting multiple
Mhm.
places at once. So anytime you ever have a centralizing powerful unit that you just kind of have to have every fight, like with Mothership Core, you want recall. Um, hero units with auras, right? Like anytime you do
Yeah.
that, you're disincentivizing multitasking, you're making the game simpler, and the top level will suffer.
Yeah, our
Thank you,
first build,
guys.
our first
I just appreciate what you just said there because I think it's like
Oh.
hero units, like everyone just wants to put those in because people love
Mhm.
MOBA games and they want to have a little guy that they fucking identify with. And I'm like, it takes away so much of what makes RTS games beautiful, the hero unit.
Yeah,
Like,
Yep.
and the thing is, I like RTS games with hero units because the game hierarchy is RTS games with hero units, everything else. So, like, I still like the hero unit ones. I want to be clear on that, but like, thank you guys for making no hero units. Anyways,
Well, it's
please,
a
what were you
Yeah,
fundamentally
well, I
saying?
think if I could come
Okay,
in real
sorry.
quick, I
Yeah,
think
go.
it's so nice to hear you say that, and we expected nothing less. But this is something that we've been explaining to people over and over and over and over again. It's just like you can make a hero RTS, or you can make an RTS with large armies and spread out battles. You have to pick which one, and it's not
Mhm.
like one of them is bad or good. They're just different games, right?
Yep.
And we can only
So
make
true.
one game at a time, and we're starting with this one.
Yeah, we have the personality of hero characters. We try to put that in as much as possible, right? If you can see, even in this footage, you have Orzum. So
Mhm.
what we just got into our latest build is you have your hero that you've picked, right? So you pick a certain commander, and that commander will modify your faction in some ways, and he has his own global spells, right?
Mhm.
That are sort of, you can just cast them from up on high, and that's a unique toolkit that only that commander has.
Is that
So
kind of like Age of Mythology type
Yeah,
style, or
yeah,
okay?
or CNC
generals.
generals, where they modify and have their unique spells. Like one commander in generals, right? He can just have like an air strike drop,
Yeah,
right?
support stuff from Halo Wars as well.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing.
Mhm.
We like the aspect of like, okay, you literally replace two of your original units from that faction with new unique units, and that really helps modify how that faction plays as well. But yeah, we
Okay.
have the personality and also the customization on that immortal. You'll be able to, like, swap out the gauntlets, or get a different helmet for your hero and kind of kit him out. And whenever you cast spells, what we just put in the latest build is you actually see your commander come, like, materialize and just go whoa bam and just cast a cool spell
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
to make sure
Non-pathable,
that you
right?
feel like, okay, your
Yeah.
commander's actually there, instead of just, you don't see him, he's invisible, he's just like UI elements and that's it. We want to make
Yeah.
sure you got that personality as well.
I think one of the reasons why there's such a strong temptation to kind of fall into the hero trap is like the market data is really conclusive. People like identifying as like a badass, and one of the traditional issues, and I love Brood War to death. One of the issues is you're just a faceless fucking lackey for like the characters that actually matter. You're not the one driving the narrative, really. And heroes, for all of their kind of problems and sort of steep costs they exact on gameplay, kind of fulfill that criteria. So our immortal system is, our attempt on basically going like, no, you're a badass who has frankly like way more important shit to do than lead on the front line, because that's not how like wars are won. You're ruling from the fucking throne of the angelic city, right? So, and you have godlike power, so you can intervene and then literally swing a fight. I think the big thing for us is doing that in a way that doesn't undermine the core gameplay feedback loops that make RTS just so fucking great, right? Where it is, expanding, defending, attacking,
Mhm.
teching, right? Going hard econ, that sort of stuff. And that's
Spamming
where kind of
static
our,
D.
oh yeah. Like, engaging max like big game hunter as fast as possible. Um but yeah, like one of the key things that we were trying to do is go, okay, can we get these iconic like abilities and these really cool like this really cool like godlike presence onto the battlefield in a way that accentuates and enhances like and reinforces those really core like elements of RTS rather than like undermining it. And that definitely took a lot of iterations. I think we had to fail for like 18 months before we got there.
Okay. Um, no, I like what I'm hearing right now as far as the way that you want it to play. You were saying before when I kind of jutted us down this lane of talking about other RTS games, what you like and what you don't like, about how you're going to have workers, for instance, not cost supply, build
Mhm.
constantly, and try to get people to expand more off of that. Could we jump back to that and talk about that a bit
Oh
now?
yeah. So in our game, we have your main base, and that's worth double than any expansion you take. So it's more of
Like,
an
are you saying like the
incremental.
mineral patches or
Yeah,
whatever it's called
yeah.
is going
So
to be
we
twice as much there?
Yeah, so the resources that you have are actually literally double in your main base, which kind of gives you an initial foothold and just some strength to build off of. You can go one base relatively okay, but then when you expand, it's more of like this incremental approach where in StarCraft 2, Brood War and especially StarCraft 2, the economy is like very, very explosive. It's
Mhm.
insanely explosive. You get one base and all of a sudden, holy crap, that's an insane advantage. Your opponent better expand really quick, or they have to have some kind of attack on the way, right? Our game is a bit more incremental and less explosive. So you'll take another base and it's worth just half of your main base, right? So that kind of encourages you to sort of like grab more and more bases because you kind of just want more bases than you do in a normal StarCraft game because you can't just get to max supply that quickly. It takes more time to do it. StarCraft Brood War takes longer to get to max supply than StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2, you get there pretty damn quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're inspired by that approach and how it kind of like more linearly increases the scale of the game than the StarCraft 2 approach, where to us it's just too explosive.
Mhm.
Um, and that kind of helps people just take time, grow, expand, make attacks where it's feasible. Um, and that leads to ballooning the game out, right? And that
It
that that just encourages that skill set at that high end to really flourish.
okay, if I don't know if you have these numbers, but do you have an idea about like how long it takes to scale up into like a maxed out army, or is it like 200 supply? Do you have any?
So yeah, we
You're
have
kind of
just
making me think about the max time differences between StarCraft 1 and 2, and I wonder
yeah.
where this lies with that.
So our game pace is faster because it is easier to macro, right?
Mhm.
So it's kind of hard to like equivocate the apples to oranges here.
Mhm.
Um, but we do know that because it just like conceptually that's the goal, right? You don't take one base and then all of a sudden you don't sit on two base, three base, and then all of a sudden you're maxed army,
Mhm.
unless you are farming resources for a bit. Um, that's the general guiding principle, I
And
guess, where I can't
okay.
really give you hard numbers off memory.
No, that's no problem at all in that. Well, you said that it's like a more linear economy. Does that mean it's? I know that StarCraft 2 economy is explosive for sure. There's definitely been some talk about like starting with the 6 workers versus the 12 or the 4
Yep.
from Brood War and how that works, but also the way that mining takes place between the two different StarCrafts is incredibly different. How
Oh
exactly is
yeah.
yeah, how exactly does the mining take place here? Because, like, for instance, StarCraft 1 economy is, like, infinitely more complex than StarCraft 2 economy, which is infinitely more complex than Warcraft 3 economy. So, like, where are you guys on that spectrum?
So in our economy, we wanted to make sure that the economic decisions are very chunkable and understandable. So you
Mhm.
can take a base, and then each base basically has like it starts with a level one base, so a level two base, level three base. It'll go from each step. Basically, every time you level up a base, you're able to mine more resources from that particular location. So those are your big
Oh,
chunky
okay.
decisions.
So
So
that's like an upgrade
once,
on a town hall, like making a
yeah,
planetary or something like
yeah.
that? Okay.
Yeah, well,
So
it's a little bit
so
more
what
like
we
replacing. It's a little bit more like replacing like so you can have up to 16 workers efficiently on a StarCraft 2 base, right? So this
Mhm.
kind of like cuts the decision of do I go up to 16 workers? Do I build more? For us, it's just are you at level 1, level 2, or level 3? Whereas in StarCraft, it'd be like, do you have 6 workers? Do you have 12, or do you have 18?
Yeah. So in Brood War, you can really
Okay.
go deep on one big base, right? And just kind of
Mhm.
sit back and to get more and more efficiency, but obviously you have the diminishing returns. And then in StarCraft 2, obviously, like you just hit max efficiency so quickly once you're at that 16 count.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what we're doing is that we want to make sure that those chunky decisions of upgrading your town hall is kind of becomes a decision point where, okay, you can upgrade your economy again at a town hall, but it's actually just cheaper to go expand again. But then you're stretching yourself
Oh.
out more, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
we want to make sure that the end goal, and I don't think we're quite there yet, but the end goal of adjusting our economy and like the steps for leveling up your town halls and economy, we want to make sure that the decision making is there for, do I be risky and it's harder to defend more bases and I take like 2 extra bases and that's just more money, but I'm more at risk from harassment and it's harder to defend, it stretches me out more, versus do I go deeper on a couple bases and try to protect that ring of bases. So we want to
Mhm.
make sure that that decision making is inherent in the economy, even though it's just a couple buttons on your town hall. That chunked up decision making is still there.
Okay. That makes sense. Um, Now, I could have sworn it was you, Jack Attack, that stood up at every summit ever in StarCraft 2 and complained about the Oracle. Am I remembering this correctly?
Mothership Core. Mothership Core.
Oh,
I
okay.
made
Core,
a I made a
yeah.
meme. I made a meme with Isildur and the ring, and I turned it into the Mothership Core, and I said, "Destroy it," and it said, "No."
It was
Uh,
bad, but
I can
Yeah.
talk about the Oracle
Yeah,
if you
well,
want.
that's we can also talk about the Oracle bit, but as far as the
Well,
mothership goes, that's
yeah.
that centralization of power thing.
Sure.
It's almost a hero unit, and so like the defenses for Protoss during that era became so like, all right, where's your mothership core? Is it in the right spot? I hope it is.
Yeah, yeah, no, it was a very much a yes no thing for sure. But I guess the reason why I was trying to bring up the Oracle is because the way that you guys are talking about how it's like you're making decisions between like going deeper on a base, but maybe it's not quite as efficient as taking more bases. Uh, it's something that we've seen in StarCraft 2 where the harassment can be very, very, very powerful and very, very, very quick, like in Oracle. I just wonder how you're balancing, right? Because I love that you want people to expand a lot and you didn't include heroes. So expanding a lot can occur. But what are your goals as far as like going forward with harassment based options versus just walking an army around to punish? Like, is
Oh,
that is
so
that something
that's
that you take
incredibly
into
important.
consideration?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of inspiration from Brood War map design. In StarCraft 2, the terrain matters a lot less. You get air units so quickly. Medevacs are just a critical core component of Terran, and therefore you basically always ignore terrain with your Terran army. Obviously, depending on how many medevacs you have. So we want to make sure that that decision making between, um, trying to stomp somewhere and siege a base versus try to go around. Drops should feel sneaky. Is a goal, right? We want to make sure that if there's a ramp, you can protect it, right? You can build walls and fortify it. Versus, you always need to deflect attacks with army troops. We want to make sure
Mhm.
that's present in the game. That's why we have stronger static D. um, that's pretty important to make sure that, okay, if you build some static D, it doesn't just get overwhelmed by just a big army that's A moving, right? So elements like that are really, really important when we talk about harassment and protecting multiple bases, because you want to make those different avenues of attack where it's all those different layers of, okay, I think they're going to try to build a bunch of anti-air static D, and I can use different plans to infiltrate their base and deal damage. Um, or like I'm just picking the slow route and I'm getting some long range units. I'm going to slowly siege them, but now I've got to be ready for their eventual setup to attack into me, right? And stop my siege, right? All
Mhm.
that stuff is very, very important in our map design, which ties into the economy and the base expanding.
Okay. For map design, you're gonna have a lot of different maps.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're very much like Brood War. Like the
Mhm.
the stuff that we have right now is basically just a demo map for funding partner presentations and like just rapid testing development. Like, okay, how does this unit behave in a choke? How does this unit behave besieging a base? That sort of
Mhm.
stuff. This is like I don't know. Someone compared it to submarine recently, and I think that's a pretty apt comparison. This is a really cramped
It
sort of
can
battle
double as
arena.
a one versus one map. is the
Yeah.
big thing about it.
Yeah.
If you go to our Vanguard prototype, we have a huge variety of maps that were made in partnership with Cantuva.
Mhm.
I mean, he's one of the best map makers in StarCraft 2's like scene, in my opinion. And just basically, there's a ton of different varieties, but they're all significantly larger than what we're like showing with our footage right now. The key thing is to facilitate that multiplayer both in a 1v1 and 2v2 context. Or sorry, that multitasking. My bad.
Yeah, and we're in talks with almost all, if not all, of the major map makers from StarCraft 2. And if there are any map makers that are listening to this and that are not in our server and want to talk to us, we want to talk to you. We want to let you know. We want to empower the map making community to make awesome maps, because ultimately, we think that map making is its own sort of special art, and we want to empower the artists to do their work.
Actually, that is something. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go, please.
Oh, just that reminded me of something that was very much a pet peeve of mine from other RTSs. StarCraft 2's initial like heavy-handed resistance to embracing community-made maps, when that's literally one of the things that made Brood War so good. Like that's something that I disliked, and that's something we're not doing.
That's, of course, good to hear. Yeah, that's what I feel like keeps games really healthy. It's kind of shocking to me every time I glance over at a Warcraft 3 tournament and they're still playing on Echo Islands, and I'm like, "What? I was like, can't we please somebody?" Um,
Like
uh,
the irony is, it's such a good map editor too. Like it's like really.
Mm.
People like new things.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, I'm starting to feel like I'm jumping all over the place because you guys are giving me little tidbits in your answers. So I'm like, oh, I need to ask about that now
There's so many
before I
alleyways.
forget here. Okay, first up, okay, let me just go with this one first. This one's it's a little bit more of a deep dive on what we were talking about. I notice you have a third resource, the Pyre, I believe you call it, and
Yeah,
if
Pyre.
I'm not mistaken, it's out on the map and it fuels your god powers,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, that's sort of
Commander
Yeah,
what I.
skills.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about previously. Like,
yeah.
so like the problem, like Travis can talk about like how much he dislikes playing Overwatch because like you have this really so core like solid like formula for like differentiated like team like frenetic like FPS gameplay, and then it's borked in all these weird sort of ways by just the different hero designs. Um, that is a problem that exists in a lot of games that have these like radical asymmetries that break or undermine the fundamental flow and feel of gameplay. But then you have like really cleverly designed like you know action RTS titles, aka MOBAs, like Dota 2, where you have basically mana income as a pretty tight gate, and item income for as sort of these important milestones that you have to like earn through gameplay by engaging those core feedback loops of laning appropriately, denying or securing last hits, engaging in map control and getting access to the secret shop. So we're very similar in that where we can provide really dramatic departures from the core gameplay, but it's only by like going out on the map and doing what a good RTS player should be doing, which is constantly contesting map control, constantly zoning out and securing territory, and constantly like focusing on like what the opponent is doing and what they're going to be spending like their attention on securing. So Pyre is really like just sort of a continuation and an additional layer over that essential like back and forth gameplay, and that's kind of what makes the whole system like sing.
Yeah,
I'd like to throw in
it'll
before Travis goes, I'd like to throw in a quick new user thing here. One of the big blocks that bronze players run into is that they don't feel safe, and they stare at their base and they just stay inside it and build up an army and build up an army and then move out, and then they either lose the fight or win the fight and the game is over. And there's not enough little feedback loops in between where they're interacting and doing all this different sort of stuff. And so what some players do to make themselves feel safe is build a ton of static D. But opportunity cost is really not an intuitive concept, and it takes a while to grasp. It's kind of ethereal. And so they say, oh, I'm safe. I built these cannons. They show up. They have this tiny army because they spent all their money on cannons. They don't understand why, and they lose. So what Pyre can do for us there is it costs Pyre to build towers. And Towers will allow you to have this sort of sense of safety, and it also gives you a place to run back to. And I think that one of the really, really important details about a tower that's not intuitive, if you don't hear it, is our towers have a ton of hit points. They don't have a ton of damage. The
Yep.
towers are there as a help to the army, not a replacement of an army. And so if you want to put the towers up, that's great. It's going to give you some vision. It's going to give you a little bit of time to get where you need to go. But it's not this is going to stop everything. And that kind of helps new players sort of naturally gravitate, go out on the map, explore a little bit, do some more interaction.
So the
Um,
static D costs the third resource?
Yeah,
No.
Only the
just
towers.
to back
Only
up,
the towers.
just to
Okay.
back up, because I don't think y'all explained what Pyre can do basically. So Pyre you get linearly over time, just naturally, just for existing. But then you
Got
can
a
go
very
out on
slow
the
drip.
map and kill creeps, neutral objects, and that can give you Pyre. So you're fighting your opponent to try to get more Pyre. What Pyre can do is basically it's all of your commander spells. So if you're Orzum and your commander's all his spells are about fortifying and being resilient, he can summon a tower. You spend Pyre, he can summon a tower, slams down at the ground, and now that generates an area where all of your units are able to shoot 50% faster, which is very thematic for that commander. So it's basically like your global spell power, your global mana, essentially, for all of your really cool can do it every once in a while type spells. So you have tension. You can between using it on these spells, and as the amount of Pyre you spend on a spell gets bigger, right? Like you can have a really big ultimate that does something crazy if you really just don't use any spells or build any towers, and then all of a sudden you get some crazy effect. So it's
yeah,
basically
versus like smaller expenditures to like buff
Yeah.
up your troops and stuff.
Yeah. So it's got multiple roles. It can build towers at predefined points, and these towers are just very powerful, right? They don't cost any normal money resource, just that third resource, and helps give you that feeling of like accruing more territory. So yeah, that's what that third resource is.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it is that the towers aren't something you can put wherever you want. The towers have particular foundations, and you can only build them there. And so that allows map makers to have a bit more control over
Yep.
where the strong and weak points are of the map.
Yeah, so that's fine.
And if Pyre's in the middle of the map, or like not in the easily defendable sides that generally in RTS like this you'll be able to take easily. Do you worry that that would add to the snowballing you were kind of talking about before, like when you were saying at the very beginning how you want to avoid, uh, allowing any snowballing? But like, if I guess in my head, as soon as I think about it, it's like okay, towards the center of the map. So if you're taking it, you have map control, which is already
Yep.
probably the most powerful thing that you can get in a game like this. But then also you get this extra resource. So it feels a little bit like it's a snowbally type thing. Do you?
Yeah, that was always a big concern and worry. We actually came off from doing experiments with like moving, like trying out Company of Heroes type ideas, Dawn of War type ideas, where you could capture points on the map and that would give you some income. That
Dawn
was
of
to
War
try to
1, I think, did
encourage.
that wonderfully. That was
Yeah, Dawn of
good.
War
Yeah.
1 was fantastic. Oh my
Mm.
god. Okay, I'm gonna start nerding out over that. But yeah, you play Dawn of War 2 and like or Company of Heroes, all of your income is on the map. It's all about controlling the map, right? We tried out different models of like, okay, maybe you get like 30% income. Like, but every problem with that was that it was always too much pressure on the triangle of attack, defend, build up, research, right? All those systems. It was too much forcing everybody to always just build army because your army is your income all of a sudden.
Yeah, it broke.
So you've
it broke the
lost another
triangle.
dimension. So we were kind of already very concerned about that that issue. So, but Pyre doesn't really have that issue because it's more of a linear power. It's very localized. Both teams already have like a passive income of it, and you
okay.
have some safe camps that are more biased towards one particular team to go acquire. So It's a pretty safe resource. It's not that snowballing. It's not like it's all of a sudden going to manufacture 50 more troops for you versus your opponent. But it can, you can also beat these spells out, right? Or you back away, right? Like they're temporary is the main goal. They don't just summon more army forever.
Yeah, I think that's actually one really important thing is we're very careful about how we design our immortal abilities. They aren't just like I summon like 50 dudes and now like I have an army. Like they're always there to enhance the power or potential or vectors, like attack vectors or defense vectors of the stuff that you spent real resources like that you mined. Um like it enhances what you've built and what you've invested in.
Yeah.
So it's a good way, like, yes, you can use Pyre to effectively force a closing out of the game. That's a good thing, as awesome as like 90 to 2 hour like TVT brood war like tank standoffs are. Like having ways to close out a game in a reasonable amount of time in a way that invites counterplay and spectacle is a good thing. Um, and the other thing is sort of just how we handle both the economy and like Pyre income and just general unit design and access to unit design as players go up the tech tree and expand more out on the map. Like we naturally have a number of interlocking systems force the game into an end state, like kind of however the players kind of want to. Like so we don't get this sort of late game stagnation and we don't risk stuff like the swarm host meta in HOTS.
Ultimately, snowballing is a healthy dimension of a real-time strategy game.
Yeah, there's definitely too much or too
Yeah,
little.
you don't
Right.
want Mario Kart, but you don't want your snowballing either.
Yep.
Yeah, and we've
Absolutely.
already reined in snowballing in other dimensions so much that Pyre's like the least of our concerns now.
Yeah,
Because like
honestly.
in
Its movement
StarCraft
speed.
2, your marine's going to cost 50 minerals. Your supply depot is going to cost 100 minerals. You have 8 supply, right? Granted by that depot. In our game, the cost of the unit is shifted more towards the cost of the supply. That supply, when a marine dies, that supply is refunded, right? So effectively, you have a partial refund of material every single time one of your units dies, right?
What?
It is
What?
so think about it this way. You
That's
have
a
to
really
build.
I mean, that's every
Yeah,
game,
it
right?
is
When your unit
abstract.
dies, you
Yep.
can have the supply back.
Because the supply did cost money. So effectively, you did get something back, right? You get your supply back. It is easier to remax with the same amount of money than it is to build more to grow your army because of the way supply works.
Because you only play for supply once.
Yep, you only
Right.
play
And you play for the
supply
units over and
supply
over
But
once.
again.
that's like every RTS though, right?
Every other artist. But what you can change and shift around, and it messes, it shifts how violent and like how much attrition there is whenever you change the cost of the units to be more towards how much the supply costed to get it, all of a sudden it's slightly easier to rebuild that unit than it is to grow another one of those units to add on to your existing army, right?
Okay, so you're basically it's like to put this in really stupid StarCraft terms, like the supply depots are the hardest part about getting your army at first.
Yep.
Yep.
Imagine
Okay.
this. Imagine every marine costed 25 minerals,
Mhm.
but a depot costed 25 times however many marines it can get out.
Mhm.
So this depot becomes really expensive, but marines are hella cheap now. So whenever that
Okay.
ball of marines die, all of a sudden it's
Yeah.
really easy to remax, but very hard to grow more.
Oh,
So
that's actually kind of interesting, yeah.
yeah.
Never thought of something
So
like that.
whenever you shift that around, you get to design how lethal is the game. Is it one big samurai fight, and all of a sudden, okay, if you don't have enough money, you don't get to remax and you're dead, right?
Or is
Versus
it Nexus
you can
Wars?
lose an army and grow another, right? And you just bleed out every single time. You bleed out and bleed out every time you lose a fight, right? You can shift that around. So we experimented with different values. We've even tried pretty extreme values, right? Like where it's very cheap to remax. I think we figured out a pretty good value that's it's cheaper to remax in our game by about 30% than it is in StarCraft 2. And that kind of helps with snowballing because for the opponent who
Mm.
just won that fight in a one-sided fashion, okay, you're not as far behind as you would be in StarCraft, just because of the shift of unit costs and supply values.
Yeah,
That's
I think
interesting.
I mean, like, this is kind of in our like kind of hazy rainforest of metrics that we pursued and analyzed over the last like 6 years. But like one of the key things was just generally like, okay, how many times does it take for a losing player? Like, how many fights do you have to lose a match? And once we got it like basically with these values to about three decisive fights, like if you just get shit kicked 3 times you're out, like that's about where it started feeling really good, not only like
Okay.
for bronzies who don't know what's going on like kind of as a course of like existing, but also with grandmasters, right, and everyone in between.
Mhm. Okay,
Yeah,
that's a very interesting take. I don't think I've ever played a game that has that type of idea behind it, but
I
I can
never
see what you
conceived of
guys are
that
saying.
idea until Travis talked to me about it, and it took
Yep.
Mhm.
me about 50 times longer to grasp that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah,
I was drawing
That's the value of
diagrams and
Pathfinder
stuff, being like,
experience.
"Wait, what? What do you mean? Like everything is time? Okay, everything is. I'm drawing, like figuring it all out. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
it
great
sounds
to
very
be able to learn from
weird
Travis.
when you first said it, I was like, "Duh," but then it's
what?
like, "Oh, okay."
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, this is why he's multiplayer designer.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, actually, if I mean, I'm sorry. This is like where I kind of nerd out, where I'm like trying to get the particulars about it because I still have some bigger questions for you guys too. But since we're on this, um, it,
Sure, why not?
do
Let's
you
do it.
guys have like yeah like do you know how many like how are the factions or races or whatever we're gonna call this? How do they differentiate? Like,
Yeah,
do you have a lot? Is it like Age of Empires where there's like slight differentiation? Is it like
the numbers
StarCraft where
and
there's
yeah, the
drastic?
description's gonna probably blow your mind and invite a lot of very due and reasonable skepticism. We're going to be launching with 5 factions. Each one is
Okay.
about as complex and numerous as a Brood War faction, a Brood War race in StarCraft One.
So
So
hold on.
just a
What
sec.
do you?
No, no,
Yeah. What do you mean? Go ahead.
I'm
Okay.
about to bake your noodle. Minimum, and I say this very conservatively. Minimum, this game supports up to 15 factions, just in terms of design space, and it's probably closer to 30. And that is
15
insane.
races.
Jesus Christ, yes.
Yes.
Yep, yep.
15 races.
There is design
We
space for
age
at
now,
least 50.
boys. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
so and they're not as like radically differentiated as like say StarCraft 2 or StarCraft Brood War, but they are a far cry from something like Age of
Age of
Empires, where
Empires
it's
is
like a
extremely boring.
reskin with yeah,
Yeah,
extremely
in
boring.
Yeah.
terms of
The
differentiation.
and the way we handle this, again, it's not one system. Like there's no way to build the game that we've built without relying on a whole constellation of interlocking features that kind of balance each other and make things work. Um, because it's incredibly complex. But the sort of like TLDR on it is we have basically faction families, kind of similar to the Kalai Protoss, the Kalai Empire, and like the Nerazim like tribes, or the Purifiers, or the Tal'Darim, where you have like divergent civilizations that share a common like ancestor point. And or Chaos Marines and Space Marines, Eldar, Dark Eldar, and this is really good because one, like if you played if you remember the campaign, like a zealot and a centurion play totally differently. um Granted, like it's in kind of this dumb like ham-fisted manner, but we've tested this method with 6 fully realized factions with the Vanguard prototype, and they're reasonably balanced, like not perfectly, but that's what not like perfect balance is not something you subscribe you like look for in an open system. That's something that you need in a closed system like StarCraft. It like you were really serious about Magic the Gathering, right?
Mhm.
Right. So in Magic the Gathering, like it's a pretty skillful game, even with all of the variants of card shuffling. But the key thing is there's a constant influx of new content, and even if it's not a format that
Mm.
rotates like Legacy, the new inclusion of stuff will adjust the metagame and adjust the ecosystem, the competitive ecosystem that each game piece exists in. So stuff that is like languishing like in trash tier for years, all of a sudden can find an interaction where it sparks and becomes really relevant and powerful. And that could be, in our case, an immortal or a combination of immortals or a combination of factions. um, the way that we make this work is not only by organizing them into these sort of like different families that you can create different variations on that follow fundamentally the same rules and the same mechanics, like tech tree, like that structure archetype of like strong melee warrior at tier 1 that like costs 100 mineral analogs, right, like 100 alloy in our case, or versus like powerful like tech caster at tier 2.5 that bridges like layer tech to hive tech. These are all archetypes that we have painstakingly like mapped out and
Mm.
quantified and figured out what their interaction vertices are and how can they potentially break the game. That allows us to draw really accurate power budgets, like shockingly good, like better than I ever thought we would be able to. That's what we got. Like that's one of the really important things that clicked in Vanguard, just in time for that
Explain
testing.
the power budget thing. That sounds
So
very interesting.
yeah, so like there is definitely some of that Command and Conquer Wild West, like fuck it, let's see if it works in StarCraft 2. Like especially like the Tempest, like 22 range Tempest is like, yeah, that's
Yeah.
like that's an idea.
Probably
Thanks,
just
Guthrie.
teleport.
But so the thing is, it's like, okay, range plus damage like radically increases the power budget, like, and it's not the same as just adding like health to another unit. Like any sort of modifier, like again, it's like Magic the Gathering design. If there's a creature and you give it evasion, like you're effectively giving it additional mana value for its power and
Mhm.
toughness, and you have to take into account like that exchange rate. The more you push something above that power budget, the stronger it probably will be, or contextually it will be broken. So it took us years to map out exactly like the various like, okay, well, this is worth the analog of like 5 versus 7 minerals and X gas versus something else. But long story short, movement speed is incredibly expensive. Range and damage lethality like is very expensive. Anything that kind of breaks the ability for a fight to have counterplay
Mhm.
has to be weighted very heavily. Things
Yeah.
that negate terrain, like in retrospect, like it seems pretty common sense, but like people get this shit wrong all the time.
Can I jump in?
So
Oh,
we,
absolutely.
yeah, please.
So yeah, in terms of balance, we're quite a bit less worried also because we have these other factors of like we can have picks and bans, and it'll be fine to have picks and bans in an RTS. Because the way that we've built our UX and UI, it's not like you need super special knowledge and just really crazy macro mechanics on just Zerg, right? Once you play one faction,
Mm.
your buttons are laid out in a way that you can play any other faction just fine.
Yeah, Tom's a fucking genius on that front. Like,
You're yeah.
I
You'll
do like the
have
hotkeys a lot.
you'll
I mean, the
have a
other thing, like the
unique
other
macro
way we
mechanic here and there, but yeah, fundamentally, like any pro is going to be able to pick up pretty much any faction. It's okay, you could switch to other factions, right? We're
Yep.
building in a way that
You don't have to get
it's more like
married
that.
to it in the way like you do in
Yeah.
StarCraft Brood or SC2. And like the other way that we make that, like there's a design like concession that we had to make. We don't have like garbage writer abilities like corrupt on the corruptor. Like we don't have busy work abilities that are just there to like make a unit a little less boring. Every unit like has to pay like rent in terms of
Yeah.
like what is it doing in this faction, how is it generating value for the player and for the viewer. And so that's why we focus on fewer more meaningful like active abilities that interact with zoning, movement, like map control, information, the stuff that makes RTS good.
Yeah.
um, yeah
It's also nice that we are caring more about play style balance than we are specifically faction balance, right? We want to make
yes
sure there is a faction that can crash in and do a 360 surround with fast melee units, right?
yep
That is a playstyle you want to make sure is balanced and playable. It's more
Mhm.
important to make sure that playstyle exists than it is, quantity of factions, right?
Yeah. It also this system, like because it's broken down into immortals, like that sub out, a significant portion, almost 40% of your faction kind of changes with an immortal because you're losing 2 core units and you're gaining 2 like specialized badass units that like push like a particular play style and are usually like kind of built for the highlight reel, like pretty showy, especially the more advanced ones. So we get to have like the benefits of like the this multi-tier expansion approach that Blizzard did with StarCraft 2 without kind of incurring the costs. Like the unit bloat in Legacy of the Void is fucking extreme. Like there's a lot of units that kind of get pushed out or exist in these unhappy mediums, and we bypass that entirely because it's an opportunity cost before you even start the game. That you get, it's an important and interesting choice that you can just kind of roll with. So we get to
Mhm.
have our cake and eat it too there.
Okay. I love what you were saying about like the budgets. I once upon a time heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that if you look at mathematically the comparison between a missile turret and a spore colony in
Yep.
StarCraft 1, like the health, the damage, and the cost, that they
Mhm.
actually have the exact same value.
Yep,
And
that's good
like
power budgeting and game design.
yeah, so that really interested me. That's why I asked you to explain that in depth because that sounds like really good. Um, so you're saying it's going to be like 15 to 30 races. It's somewhere
Yep.
in between AoE and StarCraft as far as
More on the
complexity, and
StarCraft
anyone
side.
can pick it up.
Yep.
And something
Yeah.
that should come in here is the factor of time. So we'll launch with 5 factions, and then we'll be a new faction per year. So it's going to take a while before we get to 15 factions, and
Mhm.
we'll have lots of iterations and new immortals that come along with that along the way.
And it's entirely possible that like one faction a year is like too much for
Yeah, it
the
could be,
metagame.
certainly.
And so like these are just sort of things that we're starting out with. We respond to data. Like if the data says like no, there need to be more immortals and fewer factions, the design supports that. Each faction
Mhm.
can support easily 7 to 9 immortals in terms of just raw design space.
Um, okay, so first, so there's a big question I want to ask about the immortals in there, but as far
Sure.
as the different races, is that what we're calling them, races or
We call them
Factions.
factions?
factions just because
Factions.
it's more technical. Like, and
Okay.
also like races have pretty unfortunate context these days.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, so for the different factions, how many like units per faction? How many buildings per faction? Because
About
that
that of
seems
StarCraft
when
2.
you mention the bloat, that's definitely something that you see in RTS games where it's like, okay, this RTS game has too many units in a given race, and they're never all
Mhm.
going to be used.
Yeah.
So
Well,
how are you looking at that?
yeah, well, I think well that's what's a big problem with the having a closed system RTS is like you want to give players new content, but you kind of can't, and so you put them
Yeah.
into the races that already exist, and then it gets really big and out of control and sort of wild. So this is actually a fun little game of tension between Dylan and I,
Oh yeah.
because my role is to minimize the number of buttons you need, make the controls as elegant as possible, lowest number of tools, highest number of applications. And Dylan wants as many abilities and buttons and creative
Design
space as he could
space. I need
possibly
it.
get.
Yep.
And so, we kind of keep each other in check in that way. And we've landed on the system that we have ultimately, which is instead of constraining the game to 15 key grid like most RTS, like StarCraft 2, we bring it in and we constrain it to a 12 key grid. And what that does is it means that Dylan's only allowed to have 14 buttons. That's the button budget. Dylan only has 14 buttons in his button budget for the spells and 14 buttons for the structures and the units. And so it can't go beyond that. And luckily, it doesn't have
Hmm.
to.
Yep.
And
It's
so
basically elevated our design. That constraint has forced our design team to like actually have to try and look at like, okay, what is the actual impact? Like, what is the actual value this ability like as an active brings? Can a variant of this be a passive? Can we just incorporate this into the bones of how this unit interacts like with the engine? Like, and the answer is usually yes. You can simplify it. You can make it more elegant. And I think that's one of the best restrictions that's been placed on the design team for Immortal is it's really kept us true. It's kept us on the true path and has kept us from being tempted by like what I'd call kind of Command and Conquer era like feature creep or Age of Empire feature creep. Like it's a new shiny thing. Well,
Yeah.
who cares if it doesn't add to the gameplay? We're not doing it.
basically we have a required role. We have like a list of required roles that every faction needs to be able to have. Where okay, you need something that can kill giant aircraft that are all capital ships.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you just would lose every single time they get to late game, right? You need something that can kill lots of swarm units on the ground, right? We have like a list of hard required roles that you need to make sure are filled out. And then you have like the design budget for just like one extra flavor unit that just does something weird. Um,
Yeah, and then basically vanguards, well, and just different faction units. Like, turns out, like again, not to use magic too much, but they have a lot of. It's a weird thing of how much design space they actually share, despite being like totally different. But they're both modular, right? Like
Mhm.
an RTS composition are made up of really elegant pieces that come together in ways that are incredibly complex. Like the complexity is emergent. It's not front loaded like a League of Legends hero or a Dota hero where it's like here are 18 fucking buttons effectively that are all crammed into one little skill bar and they're all contextual. And you also have to memorize their damage tables and how they scale. No, like
Mhm.
you see a siege tank siege up once and blast the shit out of some zerglings, you know what it does. Like that's what this unit does. How it interacts with, Marines, medevacs, like marauders, whatever, like that's the real like complexity. That's where the depth of the game comes from. And so by understanding like the siege tank actually occupies two roles. It's not just a siege unit; it's also a zone control unit like a lurker because of just
Mhm.
its attributes. And so, like by mixing and matching those different elements, that's where you get this. It's because it's a modular game. That's where you get all this design space. And so, just understanding like what are fundamentally like problematic or risky like combination spaces, like the siege tank, turns out like ground units become a lot harder to design when you have something that can shoot across the map, do a shit ton of
Mhm.
damage, and have AOE. But it is possible as long as we're conscientious about the impact those combinations have. We can then be like, we have a really good understanding of how far we can push a unit in the design phase, and have it like still play nice with the rest of the game.
And
That's
then
how we
you
get
get
our
to
cake and eat
tier
it.
3, where you get to throw everything out the window and do crazy stuff. Woo!
Yeah, and this is kind of the thing. Like RTS just naturally provides all of the fucking beautiful gates, like for researches or tech requirements, having a tech resource tied to something. It's so gradient that if you know what your tool set is, if you're a really like experienced designer, and I'm not saying that we're experienced designers, like we're still learning every day, but we've learned to use these tools effectively to craft something that like can be balanceable. Like, and it's always something we're not going to run into, I think, the same mistakes that say StarCraft 2 did, where there's just ideas that are like, well, this can be balanced or it can be fun, take your pick.
Mhm.
Mm.
Mhm. You mentioned I feel like you guys said something that in my head competes with each other, which is you were talking about like I can't remember if this was right before we went live or during the show, but the depth of micro that exists in Brood War, like with
Yes.
mutalisks, with carriers, things like that, and how you want to you think that that's like a good plan, but you also mentioned um being able to play multiple different factions. Those 2 things compete in my brain when I think about it, right? Because the more
Why
depth
do
you
they
might
seem in
have.
tension?
What was that?
Sorry. So I'm curious why I don't see the tension.
Okay, so the tension I would say, like, the reason why I can't play Zerg in Brood War is because I do not have the actual time in the day to get good enough at Mutalisk Micro.
Yeah,
Right?
Gotcha.
I can go into
So
that.
it's like
Yeah,
depth
please.
things like depth of micro where it's something so complex, like pro gamers used to spend half their time practicing Mutalisk Micro the Zergs. That's
Yep.
half their practice time was that back in the day, and it's like, "Oh, okay. Well, that's the most extreme thing in all of RTS as far as
Yeah,
practicing
Yep.
micro."
yeah,
So I don't suggest that that is exactly it, but it
No,
feels like there
that point.
is a tension there, right? Where
Yeah,
it's like
I think you're
the
absolutely
better
right.
you have that, the harder it is to switch amongst races.
yeah. So in my opinion, I've always found that people have an easier time switching to micromechanics. Brood War is an extreme example.
Yeah.
And Brood War, because everything's so clunky and everything has very exact turn rates, right? It's
Mhm.
super specific. Our
Yeah.
game is in between Brood War and StarCraft 2. Going too much towards like we're not going to be Brood War. I'm sorry. The day is over where we can get away with that level of clunk and people are happy about it. As much as I would like to push towards that, I'm sorry. I have too many people who are just. I'm sorry. It's too far. It's too far. You're too crazy, Travis. I'm like, I'm sorry. Okay, I just love it. I love it. I love the clunk. We're definitely in between. We want to make sure that things feel fluid and smooth because that's what people expect. That's what people are used to. That's what is snappy and responsive. But we don't want to be the autopilot level and like School of Fish feel of StarCraft 2, where you have to put more emphasis on spell design. Or just
Mm.
raw positioning of you move troops here, you move block of troops here, and then they do their thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
I see what you mean. Okay.
yeah, so we're kind of in between, right? Like for an example of a relationship between units, we have like a Sapari, which is your closest relative is the Zealot, and a Masked Hunter, which is kind of like a Marine.
Like a beefed
In
up marine.
in StarCraft 2, the way that the everything just instantly runs as soon as they're done shooting, right? You need to know the damage point, which is like how soon into its attack it actually shoots.
Mhm.
And but that's pretty much it for the rhythm of micro in StarCraft 2. That's all you need to learn.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, but the whenever you can design the relative speed between units and how long they have to sit still before they're able to start moving again, you can actually get more intricate relationships, kind of like how StarCraft Brood War has Hydras versus Zealots, where the Zealots want to chase after units. You can bait away certain Zealots and pull them back, right? Zealots doesn't get to attack as long as it's chasing, therefore you can play these mini games.
Mhm.
Or any kind of like kiting games, right? So I had a goal of making sure that every like tier one pure alloy or StarCraft 2 its minerals unit, make sure that range units have a dynamic relationship with melee units, right? That depth of micro you can put in there where, okay, you can counter kite range units with Sapari, which is our basic warrior. Because of the way that the range warrior, which I'm just going to use a basic archer as an example, he's got to sit still a certain amount of time, right? So when he shoots, he has this time he has to sit still, which gives the melee warrior, if you counter micro, right, you can counter kite and kind of like push which direction you want to push them into. Um, room to also micro as well, right? So we're adding room there for making sure there are these little fine little Twitch micro situations that you can do. So we're making room for that. But to me, that's not a like you need to train this for a specific
Mhm.
faction. That's more of a you besides learning the damage point timing, that's all you need to learn. We're not StarCraft Brood War levels of you need to know the exact like 30-degree arc before
Yeah,
your
yeah,
mutas can
Mm.
fire. Like we're not. You don't have to learn how to fly units in an exact degree and also learn how to do like a crazy triangle formation to dodge Scourge, right? Like
yeah.
we're not that level of specificity towards faction beyond
Mhm.
damage point.
But
And
well, there's also I mean, not to interrupt, but like one of the cool things is because we're working in a pretty powerful engine with Unreal, like there's a lot of like gradients in between where we are currently and where Brood War is because Brood War is insane. So like it's something that we can definitely dial in and opt into, especially for stuff like Vanguards. So for people who want to play something that feels a lot more like Brood War with their army, like that's definitely like design space that we have available.
Okay. Um, all right, if we could jump over and talk about the Immortals specifically. I'm a little bit
Sure.
confused about them. Now, I understand you choose one and it gives you kind of like your god power type thing that you're going to use the Pyre with, and then also it's going to replace two of the units within your faction with their own kind of specific units. But are
Yep.
these are the Immortals something that you can like you or Zoom, I think, is the one you were talking about
Yeah,
before.
Orzen.
Is he someone that can be used with any faction, or is he only used with
No,
one faction?
they're
How
they're,
does
just
that
one
work?
they're
faction.
yeah, they're all like tied to their faction, both thematically and
Okay.
mechanically, right? So they're just another way of playing your faction, right? So like a good example would be like Legacy of the Void, like co-op. So you have Artanis, that's like the gateway, like focused commander, versus like
Oh, okay.
right, like Phoenix, who's going to be all about like, well, that's a bad example because he's all about hero units, but so it's all about like different variants, and like yeah, like so I'm going to just give you a kit of like Zol, Prophet of the Hunt for the Aru, and Aru is kind of a weird thing because like aesthetically at a surface level they're kind of Zerg like, and they definitely have some units that do have strong analogs in like classic Brood War Zerg, but they behave much more like Marines and Marauders, with anchored like strong positional units that are like more zone control supporty like Widow Mines. So they have that like core like play style, and that's just sort of their basic deal. And they're really cool because like the faction is all about like blood sacrifice, and sacrificing to this hungry like Lakulathon or this sort of Lovecraftian like god tree thing. But the whole point is like they can trade health for various edges, like advantages, and you can run them into the red. So we have an immortal that like really like focuses on that. And then we have Zol, who's much more about like that hit and run, like you're shadow boxing. She's trying to hunt you down and kill you. So her kit, all immortals have a passive that kind of anchors the experience. So in Zol's case, all of your units are literally miniature radar towers from StarCraft 2. They get to see a little bit into the fog of war. So if you're a good player, you get the heads up of what your units are seeing. And the better you are at skipping across the map and managing your command groups, the better your information scales.
Mhm.
And that's something that really aggressively scales with mechanics, both multitasking and just fine unit control, especially given that you have an analog to like a Marine that is a little bit more lethal and a little bit beefier and a little bit more expensive. So that's like layer one of the Immortal. Layer two is, and that already like creates a core like feeling the moment you boot up the game. Then you have like she swaps out the like masked hunter for a more ambushy guy called the Bone Stalker, and the Bone Stalker basically, like we already tested this mechanic in Vanguard, but it has a research where instead of having like a variant of Stim, it has a passive called Ambush, where they become like soft cloaked until a unit gets within a certain range of them. Um, once they stand still for a certain number of seconds. So it's kind of like a Night Elf Archer kind of analog,
Mhm.
but they get to keep that benefit for a certain time after they move, and then they get a bonus to their next attack during that time where they will break that stealth. So all of a
Mm.
sudden, like you are moving entire contingents across the map, like focusing, like the way that interacts with that passive, you are just slowly kind of commando crawling across the map and looking for the perfect moment to just jump on someone and kill the shit out of them. Then you have like her like abilities, like she has basically a tag marker like skill shot that will amplify damage on a unit, a series of units if you nail it, and then you'll actually get like a pyre reward if you successfully like murk them. And then she has like a big like kind of silly crazy ultimate that costs a lot of resources and in serious games probably isn't going to come up too often, but like is a really good reward for controlling the map, uh, called like the Great Hunt, where she basically, like if you're familiar with Nocturne's ultimate in League of Legends, where like the entire map for one side like is pretty much eliminated, like you can't see shit. She gets to do that for a really long time, and your unit sight range like is drastically, your opponents like lose most of their sight, so you can do crazy like aggressive proactive plays with your army and kind of close out a game that way. So
Mhm.
that's like those are the different layers, like ranging from stuff that's going to appeal to casuals primarily to stuff that like really like spike-ish competitive players are like, oh yeah, I can totally like eke out an interesting advantage by doing that. Like we provide that stuff for in a ton of different ways. Like this is an incredibly like versatile, modular like design space. But that's kind of the anatomy of an immortal, and each immortal replaces 2 units. So yeah,
Okay. Okay. Uh, so you're saying like up to 15 factions. How many? And I know you said it's like variable how many immortals you'll have per
it kind of
faction. Is there an
yeah.
idea in your head though? Like
Yeah, yeah.
for what
So
you're
we're launching with 3 immortals per faction,
okay.
and adding like across all of the factions, we're adding 4 to 6 a year. So it's a pretty steady drip, but like it's not too
Oh,
much.
okay. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's like for factions, you're gonna add them more slowly, but you're gonna add more immortals in. So, like
Yes.
Yep.
at launch, you're planning basically there's gonna be like 15 different things you can be playing against, right? Because it's like the faction
Yes.
plus the
The
modifier
immortal.
of the immortal. So it's like
Yep.
in groups of 3, they're similar, but not exactly
Hmm.
the same.
Yep.
Exactly. Yep.
And
Okay.
that turned out to be about the right amount of differentiation. Like immortals really only change about the top like 15% total of the experience, because even with the specialization of the vanguards still are doing fundamentally the same job of the unit that they're replacing. They're doing it in a different way that lets you
Mhm.
do things like in a cool, often very thematically unique way, but they're still like at the end of the day, like if you're replacing the the Sapari with the Zentari as Orzum, who's the big like beefy linebacker sword guy, like you're still like a moving with that guy. That guy's still like a shock troop like melee that's going to do the job of a shock troop melee guy.
Mhm. Um Okay, let me shift to a kind of funny question. I actually saw some people in the chat like typing this in as a joke, but it's like kind of
Hmm.
there's some validity here. What are you? Is there any thoughts on like Protoss in general in this game? And what I mean by
Hmm.
that is like there's always going to be a race which has the strongest units overall because it's like, okay, well, this race has longer range and this race is quicker
Yep.
and this one has
Mm.
slightly more health
Archetypes.
or something like that, right? Yeah.
Yep.
No matter how you make a game, unless it is literally just, Warcraft
Boxes.
2, human versus human or orc versus orc every
Yep.
game, right? It's like, unless you have that, you're going to have a race that is because this is like what people say. StarCraft people
Hmm.
say when they're looking at new RTS, they just go, "Which is one's Protoss?"
Hmm.
Literally, everyone says that because it's like, okay, which one's easy that I can attack
Well, it's
move with?
super valid, right?
It's
Like,
rough.
Yeah.
people are just asking about archetypes, and like, yeah, people have been calling like Karoth Protoss or a Protoss analog, I think, quite correctly. Like, it's not something we're here to shy away from. Like,
Mhm.
archetypes are important because they support different kinds of play experiences, and especially like, I mean, the question I want to ask, like I want to be asked, is like which Protoss like is closest to like Karoth, because StarCraft 2 and StarCraft 1 Protoss are fundamentally different races.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
one's expensive and very gimmicky, and the other is expensive and make of like I'll murder you like bricks that you just
Yeah.
like run down the enemy,
I'll
right?
murder you,
Yeah,
brick.
man.
Yeah, like,
It's
so
perfect.
Karoth is like kind of a combination. Yeah, I'm glad I broke you with
Definitely
that.
more Brood War Protoss.
Yeah, like fucking manlots, dude. Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
you fear them. That is your
Everyone's
job.
Yeah.
chunky.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
So
like,
true.
so Karoth is kind of a hybrid in terms of durability in between like Brood War Protoss and like Brood War or like StarCraft 2 Terran. It's kind of tough. Like,
Mhm.
they're pretty expensive, they're pretty beefy. They have a linear sort of Terran style tech tree where they have very like differentiated productions, but it's in a pretty like straightforward, like, you have your barracks units, you have your factory units, you have your starport, right? So they don't do the same kind of bullshit build orders that StarCraft, especially StarCraft 2 Protoss, can get away with. That's a different faction. And
Mhm.
yeah, that's like Iratech. Iratech can do, they're like the fourth faction, and they're the progenitors of the root witches that I was talking about earlier. They are much more like on that kind of cheesy, like, I can samurai like murder your army if I orchestrate things just right. I'm focused
Mhm.
more on activated abilities. That's a differentiated play style, and we want to support that. But we also
Mhm.
don't want that to be like a monopoly on a person's like faction fantasy.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, like, long story short, like, yeah, actually I forgot the question. I'm an idiot.
Well, it's just like the Protoss idea of like how do you
Oh
deal
yeah,
with
that's right.
a race or a faction being much easier or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's important to facilitate, like, yes, Protoss is the noob race because it is in many ways the most forgiving. And yeah, that can be really fucking frustrating
Mhm.
for invested players. Like, I've felt it. Like I've seen everyone go through that. But it's also just sort of like, it's sort of like the bargain. Like, do you want new players in your system? Well, great. Then you need to give new players like tools to learn your
Mhm.
game. Otherwise, there's not going to be a scene because like 50 people are playing it.
Mhm.
And yeah, like, the key thing though, like, I think that's important, and this is sort of where I kind of want to hand things off to the other guys here, but the key thing is like, can you take down that big old colossus? Like, can you, like, well, one, you don't design colossi, so you don't have to worry about that crap, but like, having powerful units like the Reaver have very pronounced weaknesses to compensate for their power, right?
Mhm.
Um like, having like powerful tools like the Goliath instead of stuff like, whatever the Thor was supposed to be, as your answer to carriers, right? Like, providing
Mm.
tools for providing like tools helps people, like, players, deal with something that would otherwise be domineering. And I think the biggest thing, and Travis, I'm sure, can talk to this for years, is we've really reduced the amount of insane damage per supply per like meter of in-game space that, like, say, StarCraft
Good.
2 is infamous
Damage
Good.
for.
density,
The
man.
damage density is
LOTV
absolutely,
ramped that
Yeah.
up like
Yeah, man.
crazy.
yeah, and that's terrible. So yeah, I'm gonna hand off the mic to Travis or Tom.
Sure.
No, I
Travis,
think you
talk
answered
about
that
damage
beautifully.
density.
I want more
Yeah.
Artosis.
No, I would like to hear about what you're doing about damage density, because I think that is an issue
Oh,
that
yeah.
exists within StarCraft 2, where
God, it's awful.
the damage output can be so ludicrously high that things evaporate, and it's like, I don't know. That's
Well,
something that
it's
Brood War always has over StarCraft 2.
Yeah,
Right,
that's something that's really near
That's
and
why
dear
it's
to my
good.
heart.
It's better.
It's the insane range inflation in StarCraft 2 compared to Brood War, combined with how every army moves like a school of fish.
Mm.
Yep.
That is probably the biggest factor. Our game is a bit less lethal. Like everything has like maybe like 1.5x ish vitality compared to StarCraft 2, which gives you still enough time to like grab and snipe things when they're in a bad spot. But not enough time that it like we don't want to go anywhere near like a Warcraft 3 fight. You're just sitting there watching some dude hit
For 2
another guy
hours.
with a sword for 10 minutes. So we want to make sure that we've got that sweet spot where there's time to actually maneuver. Like there's a reason to. Not everything's just defined by what your pre-positioning was. Like in StarCraft 2, it's very much on that. Because we're not Brood War. We can't get away with the level of clunk and spread outness all the time. But we do also have some modifications to how units move, where we are relatively fluid, but we're also units will kind of naturally spread out a little bit more. So they're not quite as school of fish unless you're really constantly forcing them into a ball and are intentionally doing that. So that helps out with the DPS density and just checking to make sure that okay, not everything needs 14 range, 16
Yeah, I
range.
think that's the big
Your
one.
basic unit doesn't need 5 range. It's fine. We are making sure that we have a check on range. Even like a siege tank style unit in our game, which we classify as like a zone control unit, has like a max 11 range, trending towards like as like a special bonus of like you're on your own friendly territory versus like trending generally like 10 range, right? We want to make sure that range inflation is checked in because we like skirmishing. Skirmishing is awesome. It makes fights less samurai. We also have a bigger magic box. So for everybody who doesn't know what a magic box is, there's a box that basically, if your selected units are in this magical box that is just put over the average of where your units are, then they'll move in formation. So if you put units for your Marines in a square, they'll move in a square. But if you move them too far away outside the magic box, they'll instead go exactly where you clicked. So we have a much more gracious magic box size where you could actually make like a decent line formation and pre-set up and then move that formation to go attack. And people do that. You'll jockey for positioning.
And they'll stay in formation?
They'll stay in formation, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
So in StarCraft 2, they use the same magic box size as Brood War, which is really small. Like in Brood War, it was designed for 12 units at a time. In StarCraft 2, you're selecting 50 units at a time. And lo and behold, everybody clumps up all the time, right? Your magic box size basically doesn't matter in StarCraft 2. But in our game, it's generous enough.
Example.
Yeah, our game, it's generous enough that you can actually set up like formation, scooch units around so that like they're more of like instead of just being in a circle, you can kind of like put like 3 circles of units on top of you really quick and then move them as a big line, like a big flank towards the enemy. And they can respond to that, right? They can just move their formation, shift it to the left a little bit, and all of a sudden they're hitting you where most of their troops are converging on your like edge of your formation, right? All of that stuff works wonders for decreasing DPS density and kind of making it take a bit more time for armies to crunch into each other instead of everybody just big laser fight.
Big laser fight.
Big laser fight.
Yeah, how are you managing things like AoE, spell damage, and things like that? Because I think that
Very
is
carefully.
one of the places. Yes, I think that's one of the places StarCraft 2 really screwed up is
Oh man.
like smart casting of Psystorm. It's just like, okay, well, this is a problem, right? And everything else in the game is almost based around the fact that you can cast Infinity Psystorms perfectly right away, and it's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, and now the Viking health is higher. It's like, this is because we cast Psystorm so quickly and so efficiently, or Fungal or whatever.
There's a tension here with high tier units. Ultimately, high tier units are really exciting for the game. having some kind of comeback factor where these, like just a couple spells, it's more about where you're placing them than always necessarily quantity. Really good for the game, right? Seeing this army that's like 50 supply down come out ahead because they just fought better, right? You can't. It's way harder to do that with just pure attack movers, even in Brood War, right? You're always just gonna get such a heavy advantage off of just raw number of troops. So having comeback factor and making sure spells feel powerful and useful is near and dear to our heart, but it has to be balanced against ease of use and like how big they are, like how explosive they
And
are.
also ease of like
So
visibility, like availability, right? Like getting Storm in Brood War inside 10 minutes is like a fucking accomplishment, right? It's less so in StarCraft 2.
yeah, so making sure that you don't just cast 6 storms and all of a sudden your entire army is melted, right? Because they all bunch up like a schoolfish. I mean, that ultimately that's just a balancing act right there of making sure your spells feel powerful and are thematically cool, but also like you want to nerf them and make sure they're not too oppressive.
Right.
Okay.
So this is actually probably a good time, Travis, to talk about unit roles. So like we have differentiated like what kind of caster an arbiter or a defiler is versus what a high templar is or a queen is, like a brood war queen,
Yeah.
like or a sentry, right? You want to talk about that, Travis?
Just to add on to the last point also, there's another factor of like you can add in more dimensions to make a spell feel cool without making it too OP. Is just add in stuff like make it more like a skill shot, add in wind up times, right? Make it so that you have to actually get rewarded for actually being able to land it, right? There's more counterplay and positional counterplay, and then you can ramp up the intensity and get more of like this Brood War size storm in a game where units are more clumped than in Brood War.
Yep.
Yeah, when your pathing is more spread out, it also allows you to make a lot of your AoE a lot more exciting and intense and more powerful because it's not going to hit as many units as once.
Yeah, so we can hit something like Psystorm, as players experience it in SC2, like does have a place in this game, but it's like on a defiler, science vessel, or arbiter style unit, one that comes out at the late game that requires you to climb the entire tech tree and get a research. Like that invites all the natural like gates and counterplay opportunities for disruption, as well as we can also make it a skill shot or give it a wind up or a telegraph so players can split. So it's like we have so many like pulleys and levers to use to like get it to that right level of like impact. Yeah, and that's something that kind of scales with unit roles as well. Like, what is this unit supposed to do? Is it supposed to like turn a fight where you're 50 supply down into like a route with like superior control and like next level like decision making and a really good bait? Cool. Okay, like we have a role like slated out for that, and we have a power budget that this spell generally has to conform to.
Right. So I actually have a question about invisible units.
Oh man.
What do you guys think about this? Because like there's people definitely like to make invisible units because it can be fun to do that. Those people are assholes, of course, and if they, a DT gets in your base and suddenly, like a lot of times you'll see in games where it's very anticlimactic. The invisible man makes one swipe and then you leave the game because you're like, oh, yeah, I'm not ready for that. So are you guys thinking of are you going to do DTs basically?
So yeah, we're doing DTs, but our basically our rule is that our invisibility is more temporary or situational. So our most common form of invisibility is called hidden instead of invisible. So what hidden is it always has a certain range attached to it. So I might be hidden 5. And if it says I'm hidden 5, I'm invisible up until an enemy unit comes within 5 range of me.
Oh, okay.
So now all of a sudden,
and not an enemy structure.
Not an enemy structure, very importantly.
Oh, that's a cool idea. Does it have the shimmer when it walks around or no?
Oh yeah,
it has a shimmer.
We might play around with the idea of it not having a shimmer too.
The Pear Cloak is a crazy idea that, as a protector of the new players, I am very skeptical about.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I
yeah.
could go with no shimmer if you can actually see it if your unit gets
Yeah.
near it.
It's
But I
definitely
don't
an
know.
idea.
Yeah.
Also works within networking in terms of making it completely hack proof as well. If you make it completely hidden until it
Yeah.
shows up and starts dealing damage.
Yeah.
So that's the most common form. If you're like a common combat unit and you're able to be just invisible all the time, you probably have something like hidden 4, hidden 5. Like you can still infiltrate and be annoying and start killing stuff really fast. But if you just have some units in the way, you're gonna catch them, right? So we have gates for that. They're less strong because they are invisible, but more because they are sneaky, right? Because
Yep.
their invisibility is limited. They're just not invulnerable at the same time as being invisible, right? Because you don't have detection. So it's quite a bit less binary. Whenever we do have units that are hard cloaked and just can't be attacked until you have detection, those are more situational, right? You might have to hit a skill shot on an enemy unit, and then it only
Yeah,
lasts
that's
like
Soul's
5
second
seconds or 10
Vanguard.
seconds, right? So we're more granular, and we have more levers to play with in the design, and it's a lot less about just being, you just can't do anything. Go get an observer, have fun.
Yep.
Mhm.
It also it lets us make detection a lot more interesting and like granular as well. So like instead of the like, okay, it's scan versus DT and the associated spreadsheets that are involved with that, it's like, okay, like I'm positioning like my hidden units in this kind of area so I can eke out like this additional advantage and make you have to, walk around, walk around your sim city in this really irritating way. Unless you can kind of like position or land this revealing skill shot, and then you got me. But it's all about like again, like that magic in late game, like Brood War TVZ, like Scourge versus Science Vessels, and like versus irradiated defilers and like lurkers, like that kind of layer cake of interlocking unit interactions. We're trying to bring the cloak versus detection interaction into that layer cake rather than have it be its own like little binary acid test.
Okay.
It's really cool to see because we play with a lot of hidden in the Vanguard prototype to see like, okay, well, I can take this fight against these hidden units and I can win, but I'm going to lose a lot of my stuff. If I wait for an observer, I can take a more efficient fight, or I can decide I need to take this fight right now and I'm going to take the loss.
Mhm.
And so it just makes interacting with cloaked units a lot more interesting.
And players can still like feel like clever, sneaky assholes and be clever, sneaky assholes. They just don't completely tank the game experience for the other player.
Oh, that it sounds. I like the idea of hidden. That sounds like a very cool idea. Excited to see that in action. Um, for early game and like rushing type things, I feel like there's StarCraft 1 and 2 do it in a very interesting way where you can utilize workers, drilling, micro, the fact that there is different like targeting mechanisms for units. Like for instance, if you stop position SCVs in StarCraft 2, where they aren't attacking, then it kind of makes this wall where you have to target it and it makes the micro very hard for your opponent. Whereas in StarCraft 1, if there's a unit behind them, they automatically will not target the workers, right? Because there's like this hierarchy of what they attack.
Mhm.
And then hero games, of course, they just make your town hall shoot because they're lazy. But yeah,
Yep.
how do you guys what do you guys have as your formula for stopping a rush?
We're two factor. So one, you have like some turrets, but they they don't do much damage. Your starting towers, sorry, your starting towers are more about their hit points and less about their damage. So they'll
Mhm.
whittle enemies down, but I'm sorry, they're not going to kill like a starting formation of like 2 racks worth of infantry troops.
Mhm.
Those will just run past and then they'll go attack your workers. So there's still that damage that we want to make sure you can do early game. We just want to make sure that for the low level players, it doesn't just immediately end the game, especially since we're very much geared for
Yeah.
2v2. So we have that safety net there where we have towers to go run away and protect yourself with. But then you still have to go deal with the units in your base running around killing workers in both of you and your allies' base. So ultimately, you can still use workers like the same targeting priority layer. The different units will want to attack buildings unless they see a fighting unit, and then SCVs will get ignored until they start attacking you. Right, all that's
Mhm.
still there. You still have
Okay.
options to use workers to kill enemies faster, so you can get back to mining. It's just less lethal, right? You'll get less value out of it. You can still get ahead, but it's not going to just game's over. Sorry, GG.
Yeah, I mean, unless like you aggressively like cheese still exists. It's just a little
Yeah.
harder like to execute and to actually kill someone. It's important to have cheese because otherwise, like the triangle's out of whack, and the correct
Mhm.
decision mathematically is just to be really greedy and passive and expand, and then eventually get around to fighting each other. And like that variety is essential for a good esport, right? Like you
Mhm.
need to not know going into the matchup what the first 5 minutes are going to be.
Yeah, yeah. I definitely agree with that sentiment. You need to be able to have interesting rushes.
Yep.
But
Yep.
okay. Actually, you mentioned something there, Travis. That the focus is two versus two. Did I hear that correct? Like,
No,
what
we're
game modes are you gonna have, and where are you guys focusing, and what do you think about that? That's a very
we're
important question.
yeah, we're not focused on 2v2 necessarily. We're focused
Oh,
on
okay.
what the players want. We're geared towards supporting 2v2 in a way that StarCraft 1 and 2 just have not been interested in supporting.
Hmm.
And in like the designer's defense, it's really fucking hard to support both, right? Like there is a notion that you have to choose. It's not true, but for a while we thought it was true. And it only through a lot of playtesting did we kind of find a formula that worked. All of our factions are designed from the ground up to be viable in 1v1. Now, like
Hmm.
certain immortals may like screw with that formula to the point where certain immortals are going to be preferred in 1v1 versus 2v2, and vice
Hmm.
versa. And that's okay, right? Like the ecosystem is big enough to support that variance. But yeah, like the key thing is we started all of our early tests with like top tier professionals were initially in 1v1, and then we tested 2v2 publicly to see if it scaled, and the interlocking interactions between immortals and vanguards and compositions scaled well into 2v2, and
Hmm.
it did. So the key thing is like most players, especially casual players, are social, and they're historically the least supported player base, even though they're massive. And one of the
Hmm.
biggest like Achilles tendons, and one of the reasons why I think RTS as a genre is in such a difficult spot right now, is the way it sets up and treats casuals, not just like with the onboarding experience, which is a baptism by fire, but just in terms of like easy to access, like fun content. Like, okay, cool. Like, here's a really high budget, cool, polished like single player campaign. Cool. Can you play it with your friends? No. What's the replay value? Once every 2 years. Okay, I'm going to go and play like a game that actually suits my needs, and I'm going to spend all my money on that ecosystem.
Hmm.
That's why we have like the RTS is a niche like narrative dominating like funding organizations, is because they've been designed to actively shun like the largest portion of a game's ecosystem. So
Hmm.
we're not making that mistake.
Okay. So you're saying like basically supported there will be one versus one and two versus two. Is there any
Yep.
other things that you're looking at?
Oh, a
Like,
lot.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's so many things that can occur, and we notice that as games release, we're seeing more and more modes that are kind of like available, and then people try to figure out, right? Like in StarCraft 2, how many game modes do we have? We have the co-op, which is really popular. We have one versus one, which is really popular. Uh, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, 4 versus 4, you can technically ladder on those, but they aren't very good. And then
Yep.
you have the arcade, which is infinity different things that you can play, and then you have Archon mode, which no one plays. And what are you guys thinking, like, as
Yep.
far as what you because you said 1 versus 1 and 2 versus 2, but is there anything else as well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can take this one.
Sure. Go
So
ahead.
one of the things that we take from League of Legends is they do this cool kind of system where they have a rotating variety mode, and one of those rotating variety modes was called Teamfight Tactics, and they found out that players really fucking liked that game, and then they kept it up, and they still put you still have Ultimate Rapid Fire and all these other game modes that pop up. But it was this way for Riot to test out these different ways of interacting with the same pieces, interacting with the same IP, and getting a different experience. And so we plan on very much doing a similar thing where we have
Oh.
these sort of normal modes, but then we're scientists, man. We're designers. We want to try some weird shit. We want to experiment and do interesting things. And so having basically a channel where we can just drive all our creativity and be like, hey, look, this is our version of direct strike. What do you think about it? Okay, let's do some zone control kind of knockoff sort of a thing. Like, let's find some modders and work with them, then figure out what it is that's going on in this arcade thing. And let's see if we can bring that up and polish it and sharpen it. And maybe the players hate it. Great. We'll try something new next week. You know, we're really, really, focused in on iterating and trying things out and learning from that process. Writing things out on paper and assuming they're going to work out the way that you've designed it in an RTS it's too much. There's too much emergent complexity. You got to get in there and you have to test and you have to try it out and you have to keep doing that. And that's sort of our general philosophy about how we develop things.
One of the really strong modes that we are planning for, that we kind of like is a more known thing, right? Is planning for a co-op mode, right? Kind of like StarCraft 2 has.
Yeah.
But then the idea that we really want to do is having some basically loot grind aspect to it. So get that Diablo flavor of
or XCOM.
Yeah,
You go out on a
XCOM of
mission,
kitting
you
stuff
kill a
out.
raid boss, shinies drop, and you can further customize your army. And that way, we're actually almost like a war miniatures game in that, like, every single unit and every single immortal have loot slots that are obviously strictly cosmetic in a multiplayer context, but in a cooperative like PvE context, they'll give you like random buffs, and you can like tackle harder and harder difficulties with really cool like emergent builds. And like our monetization system allows people to like really easily and accessibly like kind of change up their army's look and like kind of get the build that you want. So it's like one of those things where it's like if you never want to play against another human, like 60% of League of Legends players that only play co-op versus AI, how they find that fun is beyond me. But like, hey, I'm not here to yuck people's yum. Like, instead of that, we actually have a fully like basically an emergent like modular campaign that's going to constantly be unraveling, and it's something that you can always play with your friends, and it's always something that you can tackle and like do cool shit in. And then like, yeah, okay, it turns out like if you do that a lot, you're going to build up your mechanics enough to actually like dip your toe into multiplayer. And because our onboarding process isn't throwing someone into a wood chipper, like, and actually has some gradients in terms of difficulty, like we can bring a lot of those casual players into that like committed, like hardcore competitive like tier, just like League of Legends did and just like Dota does.
Okay. That definitely does make sense. You were mentioning a little bit your monetization, like, I mean, there you guys might not be able to discuss this fully, but I feel
Yeah,
like
we
that's
can be
something
pretty
I
transparent.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Because that seems like something that overall RTS has struggled with. It's an older genre
Hmm.
anyways, but it's something that I worry about anytime I hear about an RTS coming out because in this day and age, if the publisher is not super interested in keeping up the esport, then the esport struggles, right? And if you don't
Oh
have
yeah,
great monetization of a given game, then they won't be interested in keeping it up long term.
right.
And also, if it's too expensive, the monetization, then you won't get the big enough fan base. So it seems like a very hard line to walk with RTS. But what are you guys thinking about that?
I mean, like you're right. It's an incredibly complicated problem. Price point per region are really significant factors. Like what is good in Argentina or Brazil is not good in the U.S. or Canada or
Mhm.
Europe. And China is its own beast, obviously. So, like being conscientious of that, like yeah, you just need data and you need experts. But when it comes to design and marrying design to monetization, we like the good news is like you can be ethical and you can be profitable. You can be really fucking unethical and very profitable, but we're not those people. Like because we like to look at ourselves in the mirror before we go to sleep. Or at least I do. I'm very narcissistic,
Yeah, this
right?
game is for PC, not the iPhone, right?
Exactly. Like
Okay.
yeah,
No, no,
I
no,
don't
no.
have
It's
a
for
phone.
Galaxy
I don't
only,
have a
not an
phone.
yeah,
iPhone.
yeah,
No, no, no.
I'm sorry.
We don't use
yeah,
I don't have a
iOS.
phone.
Come on.
yeah.
We have
No.
standards.
So the key thing is like it's all about providing people with content they might want. Actually, Magic the Gathering again, like just kind of has this shit figured out. Though less so. Like they're definitely bowing to a lot of like corporate pressure right now. But but the long story short is if you provide like content that people want, they're going to buy it if it's not too expensive. Um,
Mhm.
so we have this sort of hybrid system where we don't have loot boxes. Like loot boxes, I think, are like in the traditional like bottomless booster pack sort of way, because that's one, a legal liability, I think, especially with European legislation on the horizon, and I expect like it to reach the US eventually.
Mhm.
Um, there's stalling tactics right now, but we're not interested in stalling tactics. We're we're not interested in like encouraging gambling in kids. Like we're not those
Mhm.
people. What we are interested in is like making the things like the battle pass, like something that's very transparent and ethical, like married to the world and married to the exploration of the setting. So we have something that's kind of like a hybrid of a Hearthstone, like traditional Hearthstone adventure mixed with a battle pass, where there's PVE and PvP content, and and you have free access to it for basically like that competitive season or that ladder season, however long that is. And there is basically a free track that everyone gets, and access, and that includes access to like unique PVE scenarios, maybe a raid boss that drops cool loot. Um, and then there's the premium pass, which not only like gets you a ton more like cool and extra loot, sometimes unique loot, but it also lets you keep that PVE scenario in your co-op pool. That's really important for casual players, because if you like that, like that's a real thing that you can invest in, and you can share it with people on your friends list. So that's a way that like every month or every 2 months, and we're going to have multiple like saga battle passes like going on, multiple adventures. Like there's going to be periods of overlap, just like, a draft league in Magic the Gathering. Like, okay, well, I don't like Ixalan because it's a bad set or whatever, but like Kaldheim's really fucking sweet. So I'm going to draft Kaldheim. So having those like overlaying products is one way of like ethically monetizing across like income levels, because occasionally a minnow tier like customer is going to go, yeah, this is really cool and I want to support the developer. I normally don't spend money, here I go. If you're a dolphin like me, sorry to use like industry jargon here, but
Mm.
like if you're a mid-tier like customer, like, and you're spending $60 to $100 or $150 a year, like you have plenty of opportunities to do so. And then like whales or people who are very high spenders that everyone wants to hunt, like, yeah, we're just going to have cool stuff that you might want to buy that lets you trick out your army. Like people spend thousands of dollars not only for like their favorite Warhammer army, but like immaculately decking it out because expression and presentation are important to people. So it's
Mhm.
just about providing like ways that, don't sacrifice the readability, which is by far honestly the biggest challenge with RTS. RTS is
Mhm.
the most demanding genre in terms of game state readability, because you have so many moving pieces. So maintaining like the silhouette and the integrity of the viewing experience is really hard. Starcraft skins run the gamut between great and like, oh my god, what is that?
Yeah.
Is this like a tier 3 unit?
Is
Like,
that
is
a
this a
bait?
hero?
I'm not
Like,
sure.
yeah, soccer.
I've
Like, yeah,
definitely
there's
seen those.
definitely.
The
You're right.
Stalker Immortal one, where it's like,
Oh, the
Oh,
Stalker Immortal
God.
one is brutal. Oh God.
Yeah, it's so bad. So yeah, like we've definitely been like looking at other games, like, and how they doing how they're doing that, and doing our own learning. Like one piece of feedback that we have currently that we're taking very seriously from StarCraft 2 community members is like, yeah, our army right now, like especially, it doesn't help that we only have one faction fully or mostly implemented right now, but they look kind of homogenous. And a lot of that is our art direction like definitely has areas that it needs to improve. We need to differentiate materials better. We need to differentiate size, and probably even a little bit on movement speed. So
Mhm.
we're still learning this. We're not saying we're the next Blizzard, because Blizzard is a triple A like mega studio that can snap their fingers and all of a sudden 50 developers appear out of nowhere with like 30
Mhm.
years of experience in animation. We're
Mhm.
definitely like more on the Tony Stark building our first Iron Man suit in a fucking cave out of scrap.
Okay.
Um, so like just so we all like have like reasonable expectations. That said, like we're learning and we're scaling and we're getting better. So yeah, that is like I think the biggest hurdle in terms of how to monetize. Like, how do we maintain like that sacred integrity of competitive multiplayer while still giving people opportunities to monetize at a level that they can actually, afford and be comfortable with, and
Mm.
be excited about.
Just give every unit a hat. Team Fortress 2 solved this years ago.
Yeah. Tower of Hats. Like, doesn't matter what
Mm.
unit it is, it obscures the unit silhouette, all the VFX, like, and makes all the lines the same. That's how we win.
Big sombreros.
Big sombreros. Great.
We've seen a lot of debate on the competitive side. I mean, I'm always more interested in the competitive side than anything else for this type of thing. But there's been, within like StarCraft 2, for instance, like should you have maybe like let's say you're having all these different skins and stuff, would there be an option for the competitive player to turn off skins and just have it look completely basic from their point of view, or is that something that you're like, no, we'll just make it readable enough that you can just play against any skins?
I think the worry point there is a lot of people's engagement with a game nowadays is through Twitch and watching the game as well, right?
Mm.
So if we could magically have someone watch someone's Twitch stream and they would see the skins for everybody, but for the player it was like standard skins, that'd be like a no brainer. Like, oh yeah, no problem. I don't care. I don't
Mhm.
care if elite gamer Joe is turning skins off. So I don't know that I don't know if we have a definite defined answer on that yet.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's definitely in tech
But
land.
it's definitely got a pretty big concern point, right? If because and also I don't know if that would ever happen because I know like even at top level people really like people get bored and they want to see their cool skins. Like every Counter Strike player wants their cool gun skins, right? And
Yeah,
they
but
just kind of swag
yeah.
it, everybody wants to be swag. So
StarCraft players are pretty boring people, though. They want to play a vanilla map with their vanilla units, and they turn the graphics all the way down so it looks like a kid drew it, and it's like, okay.
Yeah.
So, gotta ask. I'm sure there's some subset of hyper competitive RTS player that's like, I don't want anything. I just want to see exactly the
What are your thoughts
basic.
on this, Tom?
Yeah, man.
This
So
occupies a lot of your brain space.
yeah, this is where me and Dylan are very, very different people. I pretty much have no opinion or thoughts about themes and characters and emotional resonance. Like I want to play the game and play with the pieces and figure out how to use them, and like I'm all about the sort of nuts and bolts of playing the video game. And it's really important if you want to have a successful video game for it to have a theme. And so, my learning process around this has been, coming over to Dylan's side a little bit and being like, okay, like I don't like this stuff, but I can 100% understand how other people dig it, and it's a really important thing to be watching out for.
MCU says emotional resonance is actually quite important if you want to make money. People want to care about things. Yeah, like I think you're right. Like I think it's a delicate balancing act, and for a team that is obsessed with player focused options, like if there's something that you can tweak in the UI, like Tom wants you to be able to customize it, Coulter wants you to be able to customize it. That's like a really hard question to answer, and I don't think we have a good answer for you right now. It's something that we hope to learn. I'm guessing within the next year, we're going to have a permanent, like, hard stance on it.
Mhm. Uh, let's jump over and talk about esports for a moment. Like, is that something that you guys want to be involved with? Because lifespan of RTS games and amount of people that play RTS games, I feel like it is almost completely based upon whether or not the game is a good esports, has an esports scene, and that type of thing. So,
Agreed.
like, yeah, I have no doubt you guys want to see some sort of esports here, but what
But we
is
want to
the
be
view?
the esport for RTS, and
Mm,
that's like to some extent, like I think people like especially in the chat are going to be and rightfully so skeptical on that, but
Hmm.
like this is really important to us. Like esports, like if good game design is like the body of like this of the community, like having like this real like concrete thing people can interact with, like esports is the soul. Like it is the spirit like that embodies like so many elements of like what it is to be human and be like you know like worth being alive, right? Like it's that pursuit of excellence and the endurance of hardship, of endurance of challenge. Like it's something that's so fundamental to the human experience that not supporting that like strikes me as a huge like
mm,
loss. And so like building the game to be a good esport means, one, making sure that there's a lot of people to actually look at the top of that pyramid that people have been climbing and going, holy shit, I want to be there one day. I want to, or at the very least, like this person is like my idol, and I look up to this person, and I'm invested in their personal story, not just like whatever like game pieces they're using. Like Scarlet very much is like, for a lot of my friends, like Scarlet is that person, right?
Mm.
So yeah, that is absolutely something we have to do. And I don't like, we do have a fair amount of experience as consumers of esports and a fair amount of experience as designing like game pieces that will scale well into esports. Not that we haven't made a lot of mistakes and not that we can improve, but I think we're better along than say like Dawn of War 3. Or, you know, whatever Drop Zone is trying to do, right? Like,
Mhm.
but we don't have all the answers, and that's why we have a dedicated esport advisory board with some pretty top quality people, and we meet with them regularly, and we listen to them, and we ask them questions. And the reason why we've had this, how long have we had the esports advisory board, Tom?
Yeah, so the Esports Advisory Board has been going for, I think, a year and 3 months or so now. Um, uh, we haven't got approvals for name drops. I don't know whose names that we can drop, but
Ooh.
they're really
Oh,
big
Victor's on it.
people that
We can talk about
basically,
Victor.
yeah, they're essentially, they're all folks that I was like, as soon as I heard their name, my heart was racing, and I was like, oh god, I gotta be in a meeting room with these people and ask questions of them and push back when I don't understand. It's like, oh man, this is a big deal. And so we've been sort of trying to put together all of the feedback of sort of every different entity in the esports ecosystem. So we're talking to casters and figuring out, okay, what are the good and bad of casters? How's it happening? What's that like? What are your negotiations like? What systems do you enjoy existing in? And team owners, tournament organizers, players, we have to design a system in which everyone's incentives are aligned and everyone is benefiting off of each other's success. And that's a very big, complicated strategy to create. And so that's why we are talking to these folks who have way more experience and knowledge than us, and learning from them and using their knowledge and their experience to construct the ecosystem for Immortal Esports.
Yeah,
Okay,
actually,
so
I have a question for
sorry, go
you.
ahead.
No, sorry. No, actually, when I want you to make your point, but I have a question for you when you're available.
Yeah, no, I'm available, and then I'll ask because I have another
Cool.
question based off of this, but go ahead.
Cool. So, like, as an esports professional, like, this is mostly me looking at, well, I mean, literally your career for, you know, pretty formative part of my life. Like, it always struck me as esports has only fairly recently left to this sort of crazy, almost cutthroat Wild West
Mm,
phase, and is entering in sort of a new phase that is more organized. It's like, I don't know, to use the Wild West phase, it's like when the big banks like finally got to get their claws into the Wild West and started like turning it into financial institutions. And like
mhm,
some of the romance died, but a lot of the chaos died. And I'm
mhm.
wondering how true that story is for your lived experience.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, esports has changed so much in the past. I've been a professional caster for, almost 13 years now.
Mhm.
And it's definitely changed a lot. Yeah, the Wild West thing where, like, everyone ran stuff and sometimes you didn't get paid is gone. But honestly, like, that's why I was asking some of the questions about the way in which you want to monetize the game, because we've definitely watched this lifespan of Blizzard where StarCraft 2 started very grassroots with some Blizzard funding, and then they
Right.
took it away from everyone and made it in-house,
Mhm.
and there was a few good years in there, and then it started to decline. And now they
Right.
gave it to now they've fired everybody and given it to ESL, and it's like, it's entering this other weird phase where so there's still like a Wild West aspect to it. No one looks out for casters, so it's like you're kind of
Oh,
like on
right.
your own and
Yeah.
trying to
Yeah.
figure out what to do. But yeah, that's kind
The
of why
banks
I
have
was
cut the Cowboys loose, basically.
yeah, something like that where if you're going to be running it in-house, that's a very different ecosystem than letting it try to grow itself,
Yep.
right? And I mean, it's funny because you see everything fluctuate around where, like I said with Blizzard, it's like it went in-house and then it left. And it's like,
Yep.
and now we're getting some grassroots and some stuff that's partially paid for by Blizzard, and who knows what that future looks like. And, like FGC, we've seen it be like mostly grassroots most of the time, and now there's Capcom Cup and there's some other stuff popping up in these other places. But um yeah, I don't know if that really answers the question, but yeah, that's
No, that
there's
does.
so much fluctuation still that it's still a little bit crazy as a caster.
Yeah, it's kind of a
And
transition between one era and the next.
yeah. So you guys are it sounds like you want to take it in-house though. You want to do that the publisher based, which seems to be by far the most popular new thing to do. Because it seems like right now, okay, from my point of view in esports, it's like there's grassroots where the game just kind of is released and they let it do kind of whatever. And
Mhm.
then there's the one where a publisher pays organizations like ESL to make esports content. And then there's the in-house publisher is going to make it, which Riot's still doing, Blizzard was doing before. Does your guys' idea fall in one or multiple of those baskets?
Yeah, so we're not solidified on what our esports plans are going to be. So we're this is not final, but in general, we feel like no matter how much things end up developing, starting things off grassroots and just focusing on, okay, who's got the passion, who's putting in the energy, who's making the tournaments, support them, give them materials that they need, give them media training, practice, upgrade people's equipment, whatever it is that we can do to support the people that are doing the
Mhm.
awesome stuff because they love it, right? And where that goes from that point, and how we transition or choose not to is super, super important. Personally, when Blizzard took over in 2013, I was casting full time on a YouTube or on a Twitch channel called the Yegalis Show. And when Blizzard came in, we lost. We went down to a tenth of our viewership. We were in
Mhm.
the 2 to 3 thousands. We went down to the 2 to 300s, and we immediately lost two of our backers. We had to switch the channel or the product into a tutorial channel. That's how Tutorial Central SE2 got started. And so I am painfully aware of
Mhm.
what can happen when you come in too hard and too strong. And so our approach is very much going to be the same way we approach most things, which is we're going to do a lot of listening. We're going to take it step by step, and we're going to adjust as we receive new data and new feedback. All this stuff that the Overwatch League is doing and Riot and the effect it's having on their ecosystems, we're watching very carefully. And so we're trying to do the best scouting we can, get the best information we can, and use that to continue to make decisions, sort of develop things as we go.
Mhm. Okay. Um, it, so continuing in the esports vein, the idea of continually patching and rebalancing a game, especially with as many immortals and as many factions as you guys are going to have, is really important. Based off the conversation we've had so far, it seems like you guys have a lot of the right ideas of avoiding things like too much splash damage, or why is the roach this way, or there's other things like
The roach is
One
a
um
supply,
millennial.
no problems, my friend.
yeah.
Wings of
um
Liberty beta.
well, one of the things that I think really screwed up StarCraft 2 at the beginning and made it very hard to balance was the sentry. It's like, okay, you have
Oh yeah.
something that's editing the map. Of course, that is going to be impossible to balance around, and every number is going to be fucked up.
Yep.
And then the Immortal exists because the Roach existed, and then we still have issues with that. And it's like,
Well,
there's
and
too
then
many
there's also
hard
Warp
counters to
Gate.
things, and yeah,
Yeah.
and then there's Warp Gate, and but it sounds like you guys already are taking a good approach that's going to allow better balancing rather than trying to force in something like the Sentry. But I just wonder what your idea is behind that, because that's something that I think people get emotionally involved in very, very quickly and can really make or break in RTS, especially early on, if there's
Yep.
just a little bit too much imbalance somewhere.
Yeah, we've lived through StarCraft 1, we've lived through StarCraft 2. We've seen all the crazy things that Blizzard tried, right? How much all the amount of like pure experimentation that StarCraft 2 put in, right? As just like here's the new thing, enjoy it. It's here forever. It's here to stay. Uh, until a very long time after that, they give counter tools. So like we understand ways to mitigate and mess with things to like remove them as like crazy, how crazy they are. So like force fields, okay, it's like okay, force fields are just a cool idea, right? They have a cool theme, right? They do interesting things. Fundamentally, it would be awesome to have stuff like that in the game, right? But then we also understand map design impacts and all that, right? So like, okay, if we want to have a force field in, which we can just like make it attackable, like there's so many solutions that you can sidestep these anti-fun patterns or game design mechanics where they just completely break the game and twist them and kind of like bend the game to their will instead of the players bending the pieces to their will, right? So we have just so much experience already dealing with this, and so much guidelines that we've already gotten put in place, so that when we do have crazy ideas, because ultimately, yeah, you want those crazy ideas, we know how to rein them in because we've had practice doing it. And we've already played, made our 6 factions in Vanguard, and we had our Dark Archon type unit for the Nerazine faction that could cast a spell that would literally mind control enemy units into all attacking each other. So they're just under like a chaos influence. They just attack the closest ally next to them. We've already played and balanced those. It was like, okay, cool, just add a skill shot, done. It's like so easy. So weird. Yeah, we just have like a lot of experience. Anything else on the subject? I don't know. I can't think of anything, Don.
In terms of something that like is untenable or like unbalanceable.
Yeah, I guess we already we have, even for air harassment. We want to put in as crazy stuff as possible. So like we'll have a unit that could just chuck a bomb and drop it on workers, right? So like that's the scariest the most terrifying thing is an air unit that can go harass ground workers and deal splash damage, right? That's just what like that should give you like an initial gut reaction of like, what are you doing, right? But then there's just so much easier ways to sidestep or deal with it and make sure it's tenable, instead of just living with it for the rest of your life, right? It's okay to change things. So we changed that design into, it's more of a bomb. It's like a skill shot that you want to land, that you can
It's
land
also
on
a
workers,
short-range one.
but it doesn't blow them up immediately, right? Because that has that problem. It breaks the criteria of making sure that people have time to respond to things. Things aren't just mysteriously gone in like 3 seconds. So instead, it does like an AoE debuff, and they take 50% more damage, and they move slower. So if you do land it, it's advantageous, and a good player can dodge it, and you have all this the cool factor, like the highlight reel, the spectacle of that moment. But it's not as forcing of the game, where all of a sudden everybody who ever plays against that faction is just bends their entire playstyle around dealing with it.
I guess it's sort of like any particular unit and combination of abilities is theoretically viable, like and usually pretty fun at a high enough like tech tier. Things like speedlings are, I think, the hardest to kind of manage. When you can break retreatability in the first like quarter of the game and just overwhelm and kill someone if they're a little bit out of position, like that's, I think, some of the where we've paid the biggest like costs to make the game like somewhat accessible. I think those would probably be the biggest compromises. But like in the big scheme of things, like not being able to just like murder someone because you pressed T, like in obviously like Silver League, because you built 3 racks and you built and you research stim and then you just roll over them, you press T and then A. Like that's a pretty small price to pay for a game that can scale kind of indefinitely and provide an ecosystem for players to have fun in, and for like content creators to have and developers to have a career in. Like it's pretty small price for a win-win-win.
Okay. I guess just one more thing on the balance front. One thing that I get very worried about with people fixing anything balance wise. Because again, it sounds based on what you guys are saying, like a lot of the problems inherent in a lot of RTSs aren't going to be there as I don't know, prolifically. You've already solved some of the problems that would really
Yep.
cause issues, but
Mhm.
also I think the community itself is its own worst enemy when it comes to balance patches because people are way over dramatic and like
Oh yeah.
you see people whine and scream and cry and it's like, dude, the patch has been out for 1 day. Okay, like you can't you think you know, but you actually don't. There's like the most unbelievable Dunning Kruger that goes on in RTS
Yes.
where everyone is
Yes.
so certain that they know and that the developers are stupid. And yeah, so I just wonder how you
Oh
would
yeah.
deal with community feedback, even from pro gamers. I mean, have you ever watched Home Story Cup? It's pro gamers are commentating every move. Oh, he's dead. And then that person makes a counter move and they're like, oh, he's dead. And it's like, but I thought he was dead, right? Like, why are we can't just speak like normally, like normal humans with this? So, like, I wonder how you guys would approach the balancing. I personally think people should take it pretty slow, but you also have to be quick enough that you don't lose players over something that's imbalanced. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
18
just wonder
months
if
is
you
a
have
little
an
long
idea.
for Broodlord, Infester,
Yeah.
or Swarmist.
Yes.
Yeah,
th-
less than
this
18
little long.
months.
this is becoming somewhat of a known science where we're understanding we have examples, right? We have all this history of StarCraft 2. We have all the other games, right? We know, you can watch Dota esports, right? And see what are good examples, what are bad examples. Um, where okay, you can clearly know that and see like whenever you start seasons, you shouldn't be changing things in too drastic of a way mid-season unless it's really really critical, right?
Mhm.
You We have all those examples of like when to be careful, when not to be careful, of what's just completely dominating a ladder or just creating too much anti-fun and just too tight of a period. So I feel like we have a decent roadmap of how to approach that. For now, we don't have to worry about that quite yet because we're still in the we get to be Wild West right now because we're still alpha.
Mhm.
Um, but we are, with the help of our esports advisory board, I'm going to figure out, okay, what is the best timing for patches, right? We want to have, you know, professional players to help tell us, right? Okay, if we were to change this mid season, right? Like, because it's just that bad, right? Like,
Mm.
we would want community, support with that. But yeah,
Yeah,
we,
and also there are simple things like understanding the tournament schedule of your game and not planning patches right before fucking tournaments. There's real
What
basic
about in the
stuff
middle
like
of a
that we
tournament?
can do. Oh yeah, that's
That's
great
do
always
too.
like
my
Let's
that.
try
favorite.
that one out. Let's see how it goes.
It just stresses a different skill set, adaptability. Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's about the
Yeah.
creative players will do better.
Tom's done a lot of work on like community management over the years and kind of getting into the heads of people who have strong emotional reactions. And I think that's actually really important because community building is a critical pillar upon which like SunSpear is building its game. And I think Tom has a lot to offer on that.
Yeah, I have a few things to say on that. As far as
Mhm.
like, so I think one of the biggest problems that a lot of these game companies and game communities are doing is they want a positive community. And so they focus on the criteria of positivity and they're like, everything's good and happy and wonderful. It's like, that's not how life works, guys. Like, if you run into a person on the street and they are always smiling and they're always happy and they're always saying good shit, can you trust that person? Like,
Probably
they're
not.
just like,
Mm.
it's like, it's so hard to feel someone's real if they can't admit mistakes that they've made and they can't admit stuff that they dislike or they're upset about. And this positive culture runs up into critical people who are intelligent and making good argumentation and making points. And it's negative because it's a criticism. But that's how you get better. You can't live in a purely positive environment. And so, luckily, I got to spend some time with Neuro, and I learned about a different way you can orient a community. You can orient a community around respect, and respect is independent of negativity. You can say, guys, I think that your game is going to absolutely fail and it doesn't have a chance. And it's like, okay, I accept that. That's totally fine. I would like to hear why. I would like to understand your perspective. And if you're going to sit there and not talk to me in good faith and just troll me, then you can go away. That's fine.
Mhm.
But there are a lot of smart people that are just critical that get thrown in this, oh, you're negative bin, which I
Mm.
think is just totally unreasonable and completely takes away the opportunity for you to learn and for you to grow. And so, in my experience, when you approach people who are being negative and emotional with respect and calmness, and you say, all right, I see this problem that you're pointing out. I disagree with these parts of it, and I want to hear the best version of your argument. I want to know, because ultimately, it was some random guy on the Team Liquid thread in the core that sparked the idea that led to this feature that we made in this next thing. The community is this giant hive, and especially the RTS community is this giant hive of amazing ideas and talent and thought. And shutting that down and being in your ivory tower and being like, no, everything's positive and everything's fine, and not engaging with that on a real level, I think is really the major mistake. So like, we want to get grilled. Like, come at us. Like, we want to hear your negative criticisms, your positive criticisms, and if you engage with us respectfully, we're going to engage with you respectfully. And if you don't engage with us respectfully, we're just going to ignore you and move on, and you're going to miss an opportunity to make a contribution.
That sounds good. That sounds very neuro.
Yeah, it's strong neuro influences. Big
I think
fan of that guy.
the other way, like that Tom and Travis have certainly taught me and taught a lot of our community members is kind of how we design, where we don't go in with like predestined notions of what we want the game to be beyond like a broad like objective and vision of like, okay, it needs to follow these criteria like to do the function that we need it to do. How we get there is we don't attach our egos to that. We invested in this sort of collaborative creative process of going like, okay, does this idea work? No, it's fucking broken in these ways. Okay, well, but it works in this way. Is there a way we can get leverage this advantage and like take this other like idea here and combine them? And that's the engine that we've done to make all of these like kind of frankly breakthroughs that other teams haven't. And I think that kind of does represent kind of a shift. I don't know if it's generational or cultural or what, but it is something that makes our team pretty different. And our community like also engages in that. And I think it just makes the game better and it makes it less, like corporations spend literally millions of dollars on like how do we combat toxicity? Well, you treat people like human beings and you treat your players like adults. If you treat players like raging children, they're going to literally act, they have an incentive to act like raging children. And so like I don't know, like we treat our players with respect and we treat our members with respect because we're all human.
And we're
Trying,
all on the same team trying to push the RTS cart forward. It's like,
right.
not to riff off too much to this side, but like one of the things that really frustrates me is this animosity that happens between the low skill players and the high skill players. And the low skill players are like, oh man, this pros they're all so negative and critical and this, and the high skill players are like, oh, the plebs down there and this is garbage and this and it's and a lot of people aren't like
Peasants.
that. A lot of people aren't like that, but a lot of people are, and it's just I really want to emphasize that this animosity that we have, the separating ourselves into two different groups and fighting each other, is such a waste of time. It's so unproductive. And ultimately, everyone loses because we don't get servers that work anymore because there are not enough players playing the game. And so, like, trying to bridge that gap and helping people understand, if you're a high level player, you are supported in a major way by all the low level players. And if you're a low level player, those high level players are really what make this game something beautiful, something artistic, and something more than just like, another match 3 game.
Yep.
Oh, well said. Well, Okay. e- I mean, the next place that I have to go is I want to talk about what the timeline is for this game because I know you guys just put up a Kickstarter that has been unreal. How quick you guys raised money through that Kickstarter. That was
Yeah,
really
it was a
awesome.
surprise. I was expecting us to be. I was pretty optimistic. I was expecting us to hit our funding goals right about now. But
Yeah. And how big did you hit so far on the Kickstarter?
I don't
Mm.
know. Let me check.
Last time I checked, it was 70K,
God,
76,
I gotta get in there
76,000
before
right
the
now.
spots are
Wow.
gone.
Yeah,
We
70.
actually,
They put him at 70K.
this morning we had to have an emergency meeting to solve a very, very important problem, which was we were running out of $2,500 tier rewards.
Yeah,
Damn.
We
Titans.
put 10 down. We assumed that would be it. They're almost gone. And so we actually opened that tier up to be basically an unlimited tier now. Because of that, we are literally writing stretch goals because of the rate that this is going, and we're going to run out of stretch goals. The outpouring of support from the community has been just more than we could have ever hoped for, really.
Well,
Mm.
and I think honestly, like this Kickstarter, kind of showcases like something that has kind of always bothered me about how people perceive the RTS crowd in the community. Like it, yes, it is fractious and tribalistic, and yes, it's skeptical to the point where it can get into like kind of unhealthy like cynicism or self-defeating cynicism. But there's
Mm.
also an incredible amount of solidarity. Like I've heard people like time and again going like, "Oh, what do you think about Frost Giant? Like they're your competitors." Like, no, these guys like we're all working together to make a fucking RTS. If they make an RTS and there's like 2,000, the market is like less than 1 million players, like they're in trouble. Like it's in
Mhm.
everyone's interest, even if you're trying to be a cutthroat like corporate warrior, to build out an ecosystem. Like we're and the thing is like RTS, because the gameplay is so fundamentally fresh and good, and like it can stay literally fresh for decades. Like Brood War's proof of that.
Mhm.
Um that if you have a community that like just treats each other with respect and like is brave enough to be a little bit optimistic about what the other guy can be doing, like everyone wins. So like yeah, we're here to support Frostgiant and whatever they do, and they've been incredible, giving us visibility and using their like industry muscle to shine a light on us, and other like smaller studios like Chronicles of Lure. I don't know how you pronounce Amber's subtitle, but like we're all in this together. Like, and I know that sounds like really cheesy, and like corporate PR speak, but it's true. Like this genre literally will decide. The community will decide whether this genre like dies or undergoes a second renaissance. And
Mm.
like actions like this make it pretty clear to me which way we're going to go. We're going the right direction. We just have to like, you know, keep keep the skepticism and criticism focused on winning. Like we have to win, and we can win together. Like there's 7.5 billion people. Like there's enough people to play more than like one or two games.
It's so true. It's so true. And yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to see multiple companies making RTS games right now because I mean, I try a lot of RTS games and most of them are just terrible. Okay? In the
I mean,
past
yeah,
Yeah, in the past
Yep.
10 years, right? So StarCraft 2 came out a little bit more than 10 years ago. So I'm not talking since StarCraft 2, and I don't count like Heart of the Storm and Legacy of the Void. Obviously, those are amazing. Those are the top 3 RTSs
of
the last
course.
10 years, but let's just call it StarCraft 2. I've really liked 2 RTS games other than StarCraft 2 in the last 10 years. It's like, where are all the RTS games? That's 10 years we haven't had it, but it feels like
Yeah.
right now they're and the thing is I will fully support every good RTS that comes out. I love it, right? Like
Yep.
I've played a lot of Tooth and Tail. I've played a lot of Spellforce 3. I think those games are great.
Tooth
And
and Tail's great.
yeah, that was an awesome one. It's
Yeah,
so different
man.
too.
Big fan.
There's
Uh,
Huge
rising
fan.
desire for
The
RTSs
the
this
controller
week.
yeah.
design of that, like you've been like, all right, we do an RTS with a controller, but we think about it from the ground up, right? We focus it around, we change like that was such a cool take
They
on
did.
the
Yeah.
idea,
It's
man.
it's a creative game. I love what they did
Mm.
with the
Yeah.
mechanics.
Yeah.
I skill too. I skill.
Yep.
So many people make
Oh,
fun of
I
me for
love
loving
yeah,
Tooth and
the
Tail.
Oh
esports
yeah,
part
yeah.
actually pretty good.
It's
I'll get
honestly,
crushed
guys,
on that game.
I play so many RTSs, I try so many, and those are the only 2 that I've really liked in the last 10
Did you not
years.
like The Air Billions? The Air Billions is amazing.
Okay, that I guess we can call that an RTS, okay? That's not what I think. I think about competitive 1 versus
All right.
1 generally as RTS. They Are Billions is a great game. I
Yeah.
played a lot of They Are Billions as well, and that is a great game, but, like, anyone who pauses while they're playing that game to build their structures, you're a fake gamer.
Not a real-time tactics.
Yeah,
fake
that's not
RTS.
real time, bro. You're pausing. But yeah, it seems like right now it feels like there's 3 things that are going to have potential for RTS right now. You guys have been working for years already, and you're coming along. I have no idea when it's going to be released, but Age of Empires 4, they've been talking about it for years now. So
heard
who
about it.
knows? I feel like it was supposed to be out already. And then of course the Frost Giant game, which I think they're very early on, so it's still quite a ways before
Yeah.
we're going to see that. But that being said, like, how far are you guys actually? When can we see an alpha, a beta? Like, when can I play? Like, when can the general set of people, the people watching this right now, like, where are we with this?
Yeah, so a few things. So we one of the reasons why we get a lot of like pushback from certain groups of the like certain elements of the RTS community is like we're trying to push this out literally as fast as we can and get it into players' hands as fast as we can. We have regular playtesters. Like, how much is it, Tom? Is it like 200? Like
Yeah, we're
regular
at
playtesters currently?
actually there's a whole bunch of people that just came in. I think we're at 250 now.
Cool. So
Yeah.
like and this is of course in Unreal. Like Vanguard had its own like play testing population in the Starcraft 2 engine, and that ecosystem. But like we have always been like trying to get what what we can like test and get data from into players' hands as quickly as possible. And obviously, like polish is one of those things that like okay, like we want you to be able to play with something that isn't a gray box, but you know like if we have to we're going to give you a gray box because we want to make sure that the pathfinding is good, or this damage like armor system, which is as a result of testing a lot more gradient than say something in StarCraft 2. Testing makes the game better, and early involvement makes the game better. So later this year we're going to be going into a more like open alpha. We're obviously giving alpha access at a pretty low price point as far as Kickstarters go, and that's because we want to democratize feedback. We don't want this to just be like a red carpet thing. We want to get real feedback and real criticism that we can make real decisions with at every conceivable skill level, and that will go and ramp up until an open beta sometime early next year. Obviously there's a lot of variables here, like if we close certain absurd amount of money, like that does mean we can make more stuff faster, obviously, up to a point. Like production logistics are complicated, and if we continue at 32 people, then maybe that date gets pushed back. But we want an open beta kind of Dota 2 style where we can like source enormous amounts of feedback, get a lot of stress testing on servers, really put the game through its paces as early as next year.
Wow. No, that's a quicker timeline actually than what I was expecting. So it's really exciting. Definitely want to try that out in the alpha that's coming up.
Yeah, when I heard the announcement of StarCraft 2 handing over the keys to Esports over to ESL, and that was going to be 3 years and it was going to run out, that was a very important moment for me, and part of why I've personally been quite aggressive about getting this thing to a point where it's not just playable, but just borderline competitive, just something that we can get in time with enough testing so that nobody's going without. We're trying to make this that there's no gap in the esports funding, to the best that we can.
Yeah. Wow. So if people go to your Kickstarter, they can get access to the alpha. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Yeah. So the way that it works a little bit more in detail is that the lower tiers give you access to stress test events. So those will be like weekends, tons of people can play. We're going to push the servers super hard, see how it's going. Everybody gets temporary access. And then on the higher tiers, you'll have, long-term access to the alpha. You'll get an alpha key. And generally speaking, we try to do lots of friend type stuff. We try to do lots of we're planning on doing lots of referral events because ultimately you want to play games with your friends, and having to get them to go to a Kickstarter, to pay, or to do all these other things can be quite tricky. And so really focusing in on letting people play with their friends and lowering that barrier to entry is pretty important to us.
Great. Right. Well, that's all the questions that I can really think of. I guess we have been going for 3.5 hours of me killing you guys, but I actually I do have a bunch of community questions, but before we jump to the Patreon questions, which by the way, guys, if you want to ask these guys any questions, we have the Patreon for the Pylon Show. Go to the patreon.com/the Pylon Show or thepylonshow.com, and you can drop off a question for them that we will ask. But is there anything because I have like my own kind of RTS agenda where I'm like, okay, competitively, what we're doing, balance wise, what are we doing? Where's the skill caps? Where's the micro? Where's the macro? All these things, and that's kind of what I focus on. But is there anything that I missed? Any glaring hole where you're like, the people haven't heard about this Artosis? We need to say this.
I think
before
you're
we
pretty
jump.
exhaustive.
Yeah.
Travis,
I try to be.
you succeed.
That's what my wife always says. I'm pretty exhausted.
Oh, rip. Travis, anything? Like
I'm trying to
anything
think
that
of
we...
something. I think we hit a lot of topics. It's
Yeah,
fantastic.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think
fan
too
of
that the folks given the questions will open us up into some new areas as well. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
excited to get down into that.
Cool. Okay, well, let's jump into those Patreon questions. Thank you to all of our Patreon supporters. We really appreciate you guys keeping the Pylon Show going. All right, first up from ETS Harry. He asks, and some of these questions I'm sure we will have already answered, but if we could just summarize what we went over earlier in the show real quick. But yeah, let's do it. ETS Harry asks, hi, can you explain what exactly defines deep micromechanics in RTS games and compare the depth of micromanage in StarCraft 2 and StarCraft Brood War? Thanks.
Oh yeah.
Travis, you want to take
yeah,
this?
we talked a bit about that already.
An
But yeah, for an hour already.
Yeah, we did go a little bit
yeah.
in depth, but if you want to just summarize real quick.
Yeah, to summarize, we sit between StarCraft 2 and StarCraft Brood War. Deep micromechanics are basically you can take an equivalent amount of troops and get more value out of them than your opponent by moving them around at certain points, having good timing. You can kite with Marines versus Banelings to get more value because they're able to run away while shooting, or you have a more optimal positioning. All of those are deep micromechanics. Brood War has lots and lots and lots of tricks. In that game, if you target fire things instead of just letting your normal attack move do its thing, you actually acquire targets faster, which is why in Brood War you have this dance between Marines versus Mutalisks where the Marines want to target fire instead of attack move. So you have to be looking at your Marines to get optimal value. Otherwise, the Mutalisks come in and just pick off Marine after Marine. All of that is in the dimensions of depth of micro. For us, it means my primary focus is less about like, okay, this needs to be an action game. Like when you play Brood War, just basic units fighting each other feels like almost like an action game. It's got such depth, like Marines versus Lurkers. When you go to the StarCraft 2 engine, that's nowhere near the case because everything's just too smooth. It's too smart. We care more about making sure that whenever you're looking at an army, a group of units, and you're paying attention to them and adjusting them and managing, like their positioning, you should get an advantage. That's the main thing. So we don't want it to be where, okay, you just send your zealots off and they're just too smart for their own good and they just have super speed and they just automatically do everything for you. You don't have to mess with them.
Or something even worse, like the Colossus, where the way that unit is designed, microing it loses you DPS more often than it gains you DPS. And for something that is like such a centerpiece of your army, like that's an anti-value that we want to avoid.
Yeah. So yeah, basically making sure that at least we have you can always just adjust your formation will mean that even if you have range units versus range units, and beyond just pulling units back to the weak units back to spread out the damage, at least you still have that extra dimension. So that's where we're at for that.
Okay. Yeah. Good answer. Hope that answers your question, ETS Harry. Hydro33 asks, why do you think StarCraft 2 had fewer or no unique unit names? For example, Zergling, Hydralisk, Ultralisk, Mutalisk. These are classic names made in Brood War. I think the names in unit names in StarCraft 2 are more generic and forgettable, even more juvenile. Corruptor, Infestor, Cyclone. I'm not sure this has anything to do with it, but please, guys, if you
Man,
have any idea about that.
serious. That's some serious shade throwing. Juvenile. Ouch. Yeah, I mean, like StarCraft 2 has one, a larger pool of units, and two, like, and this is like I'm not on. I wasn't on the design team. I was a fan playing pretty much with everyone else. But my guess is, Dustin Browder comes from Westwood, comes from Command and Conquer, and Command and Conquer has more utilitarian names. I don't think there's anything better or worse about it. Like there's trade-offs. Utilitarian names are less thematic, but they're more clear when they're appropriately used. And I think any RTS should use probably a blend. And we do. So we have units like the Warden, the unit behind me, which is like this nasty like executioner that loves to eat your worker line. And like protect your interest. We have a sentinel, like another angel called a sentinel, and it's all like about doing point defense and guarding like the air and policing the air. So like that's a good use of that. But we also have like made up, words. Like I did a conlang with a linguist, and we made an entire Karathi language that is scientifically like and anthropologically accurate. And so like the spearman literally means spear in Karathi, which is Sapari. Sipar, and like the Zentari literally translates to sword. So having like a mix of that early and often really kind of helps flesh out the sense of a faction, and like I don't know, it's a balancing act. I actually think it's a really interesting question.
Damn, you nailed that question. I thought I was like, that's not good for these guys, but all right. Body slam that. There you go, Hydro 33. Uh, all right. Next question from Saft Scissors. He asks, one of the reasons Brood War and StarCraft 2 is an amazing game is the infinite skill ceiling. Given that SunSpear has indicated that one of the goals is to lower the skill entry, how would you respond to those who fear you may inadvertently lower the maximum skill ceiling in your upcoming game compared to Brood War and StarCraft 2?
The answer is 2 hours of this program. But
Yeah.
it's literally upped in complexity. You pick the fights where you stat out where the impossible like skill ceiling is, because if you're doing your job correctly, it's impossible to master the game unless you're like a super AI with no constraints, right? Like, and then trying to find points where people would like get to that point of mastery but strike out because of like stuff that they don't understand, and like
The
sanding off that
insanely
edge.
good players are gonna create macro games, and they're just gonna beat people and outstretch them and find optimizations.
Yeah. The one thing I would say is like, from my opinion on this type of thing, that like you can get like infinite skill ceilings in lots of games. Like it's not that hard to keep an infinite skill
Yeah.
ceiling. Both StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 have infinite skill ceilings.
Yes,
Smash
If
Brothers.
but
you
they're different.
Yeah, but they're very different the way they work. Like there's more differentiation between players in Brood War because there's more mechanical things that you must do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Uh
more ways to fuck
yeah.
up.
Yeah, so there's like
Yeah.
I think what happens is sandwiching occurs in the middle a lot,
Mhm.
right? But then you can see it like spread out at the ends still. Like if you look at StarCraft 2, like a lot of times the best four players in Korea are so much better than everyone else in Korea that they just smash them. Right? So
Mhm.
you see that, but in the middle tier you see like a lot more volatility, I think, which is something that can happen when you bring
Mhm.
that down a bit.
Yeah,
That's my opinion on that.
if Smash
Agreed.
Brothers Ultimate can have like these couple top players just dominate, and like this is just one of the most simple Smash Brothers games compared to Melee, incredibly simple compared to Melee, and yet
Mhm.
you still have the couple top three players dominating. Like our game is just so much more complex, nuts and bolts wise, than Smash Brothers Ultimate.
It really comes down to the economy
yeah.
and like deep micro, I think. Like
Yeah,
that's
the
sort of an
amount of
infinite,
possible actions you can make, areas you emphasize, all that.
and just making the management and attention and like artful use, for lack of a better term, of each individual soldier or
Yeah.
game piece, like I think is where you can kind of get that Brood War magic.
Mhm. All right. Great answers. Thank you, Saft Scissors, for the question. Hyper Turtle asks, what are some of the lessons that previous RTS franchises have taught you? What trends would you like to build on or deviate from regarding game mechanics and business models? Will there be a structure that we can cruelly attach Artosis' name to?
Brutal. Well, I mean, the question is, Artosis, how much money are you putting into the Kickstarter?
Yeah. We're going to read the fears later.
There you go. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Like, oh no, like I think we all have kind of different answers. I'm an open book. Like I love Brood War. I think one thing though, I guess I'd add that I didn't talk about earlier would just be I love the unresolved storytelling of the Grand RTS. Like Total War, Total War is one of my favorite RTS analog experiences because it's a narrative that players get to choose, right? Like it's not like your standard sort of Blizzard saga where each faction takes turns being like, sucker punched and left in an alley like to bleed out. Like, and then they somehow like piece themselves back, and it's just sort of this wheel of fortune. Like, what's cool about the narrative structure of Grand Strategy is like, especially Dawn of War One's like campaign is so fucking fantastic in this way. Like, the fate of a planet is left up to the player, and the story of each faction is like in tension with each other, and that creates much stronger and more compelling like headcanon, in my opinion. So if we were to do a campaign, I would definitely fashion it more in the Dawn of War One style.
Yeah, there's been an interesting trend in RTSs in terms of control simplification. Um, obviously, you can look at games like Grey Goo, even if it's kind of just a thematically boring game. You can see like it's going the direction we want to go, right? Where it's like, okay, the way their hotkeys work and just simplicity of being able to just build things and move things around and fight with things. That's been definitely a trend RTSs have had that we're in common with. In terms of lessons, there's just the Starcraft 2 has just been, all the stories of different epochs of different styles of units. So much things that we know we want to avoid. Like, Swarm Host era.
God.
StarCraft 2 really
look,
was such a good like test for so many things in
really
the RTS
was,
universe.
yeah.
It really was.
Even just starting with 4-gate versus
is
4-gate,
still.
right? Like that was a whole. I was like, okay, all right, this is what
Or
happens when
beta
you fuck with
wormholes.
defender's advantage this fundamentally. Okay.
Yeah.
It was such a living test bed for so many weird, wacky things happening.
Like for me, the weirdest thing for me was like the pacifist, like Dark Templar harass like ability, the mineral and tomb ability that the Oracle had. It's like, wait, so the faction of like literal space assassin ninjas, like apparently has a peace pledge and also this really obnoxious like gimmick to limit enemy mining time. Like, what is this? Yeah.
We want to, in terms of trends on business models, yeah, we're definitely trying to like add in customization and skins, but that's part of our DNA. Where like StarCraft 2, they try to do it, and they try to like monetize the arcade and stuff, but they were just a little bit too early to the party to have a good understanding of how you build in those monetization models. StarCraft 2 was just a little bit too early to have gotten those. The core of the game was built just a little bit before that started to become just what everybody does.
Yep. Got right in before the League of Legends shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really hard to design to go from like that box model and try to transition to free to play microtransactions. It's just like one of the things that was a big issue is like you need a critical mass of content to buy to make microtransaction free to play games work. And StarCraft 2 didn't hit the level of content until maybe just now, or maybe they haven't hit it yet. Like there's just not a lot of content.
They haven't hit it. They're never going to at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah.
All right. Good answer, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Hyper Turtle, for the question. We also have one from Walk Like a Human. He says, modern RTS seems to have little to no interaction with the map environment, with the exception of the map topography. Is that a good thing so players can focus purely on the game mechanics, or should more map interaction be included, similar to the fast and slow zones, collapsible rocks, and things like that?
We love maps. We want to give plenty of tools for map makers to work with. One of the things that I'm most looking forward to is being able to put in basically terrain blocking for flying units, because flying units exist in such a like mappers just can't touch it beyond rush distance, that if you could have like clear no-go zones for flying units, all of a sudden, oh my god, you actually have to learn the map when you're deciding what to do with your air units, and that's just a missing vector to mess with. So yeah, like high ground, slow zones are incredibly interesting. I need to watch them more and learn about more about how the community is liking them in StarCraft 2. But yeah, all those are definitely planned. We mainly just have a goal to make sure that any feature we do put in is intuitive, that you can like watch a game and just like, oh, okay, that's what that does right away, without it being too hidden. Like, for an example of
Yep.
something being too hidden, right? StarCraft Brood War's high ground system. You have to be told that those units are taking half damage, like, or missing 50% of the time, or that a
Mm.
bush is going to cause your unit to miss that guy randomly.
Yeah.
Like, okay. So yeah, we definitely are very, very happy to try to get those in and then see what mappers do with it and give our own shake at that, because we love creative elements like that.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think when in doubt, look at the Brood War custom like map making community. Like innovative maps is like the stuff of legends. Like when Bisu gets cheesed by Young Flash at OSL, like that's a
Mm.
story created by a really weird map and a really weird interaction. And that's community generated, right? So this is like one of the things that, like as a community member and as a developer, this thing like this has historically frustrated the shit out of me with developers who are reluctant to give tools to their community because they're afraid they're going to break it, or like I don't know why, but
Mm.
we want to give as many tools as possible at as high quality as possible to our community, because they are part of the conversation. They're part of the dialogue that determines where this goes, and we want to win-win.
The only thing I'm very suspicious of is like sensor towers, just because they can kind of create people, or they can incentivize people not to skirmish as much because people don't bump into each other while scouting and looking
Mm.
around, poking around. We want people to hawk around the map, bump into each other.
Right, but that's like an opt-in thing, right? That
Yeah.
a map maker can choose, rather than like a decree of like everything's going to have like watchtowers and stuff, or
Mhm.
destructible rocks at every third.
All right. Thank you. A very in-depth question. We have several questions here from Alessandro, our very own Alessandro at the Pylon Show, creator of This Week in StarCraft. All right. First one. Is there a certain StarCraft race that pro players seem to be better at Pyre? Like, or is it when StarCraft players come over and play your game, uh, is it the Protoss players, the Terran players, or the Zerg players that are doing the best, do you think? Just off the top of your head. It's
Yeah, so I can tell you that none of them use the Pyre in the beginning. None of them. They're just yeah,
Okay.
I've got minerals and gas and some units and I'm good, and they just destroy people. They don't even need the Pyre, right?
That's
Because
No,
they're
they
not
do not.
playing other pros. And then we're like, hey, so you have this thing called an immortal and you have some spells. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I have an AoE stim that I can do every 5 minutes in the game if I'm farming well. That's pretty neat. Yeah, no racial biases have been spotted so far, just
Oh,
general
okay.
StarCraft two resource biases.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. What StarCraft races do the team play? And is Pyre more like one or the other race in play style?
I mean, we have 30-ish people.
Well, you three.
plays
What
The
differently.
three
what
of us, I
races do
think,
you
is what
play
he
in
means.
StarCraft? Yeah.
I played I played Protoss and Brood War. I played all 3 races in Starcraft 2. I started with Terran. I went to Protoss, and then I made a promise that if they put the Lurker in, that I would switch to Zerg. They put the Lurker in, and I was like, all right, I'm a Zerg again. Let's do it. And then I, for the rest of the time, I play random. I play team games. Like I just play everything.
Brood War Protoss, diehard Brood War Protoss loyalist. The death train is a creed to live by, especially because I'm very bad. Water storms before the 20-minute mark, and then in StarCraft 2, like, and my heart says Protoss, but my brain says Zerg.
All right.
I
Travis,
am
do you have one?
definitely was a Zerg in Brood War, and just getting demolished by Koreans in Brood War. That was fun.
Yep.
They built a little too many Zerglings. Okay, I'm dead. Cool.
Standard issue.
Yep.
Checks out.
And then in StarCraft 2, I was just a random because I don't know, the mechanics are easier, so I just ran them all the way. And then Sarbo just random, mainly just because I needed to get an insight on the different dimensions and dynamics of each challenge that each faction plays, and I need to make sure that I have a handle on how does it feel to be facing against certain tools as a certain faction is kind of important to me.
Yeah, me making hotkeys was the main reason why I ended up playing as many races as I did, because it was just like, if I'm only playing Zerg, then this layout's going to be super good for Zergs. I'm going to be missing stuff for Protosses, So playing every race is pretty important for me.
Sure. Makes sense. All right. Next question. Worded kind of funny. I think it means like, did you include any aspects of some of the other RTSs like Tooth and Tail or Age of Empires?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
map control stuff from like, Company of Heroes, where you can kind of get on the map more easily. Like League of Legends gives us, well, I guess it's not an RTS, but it has you have like, you're less cooped up in your base until you go scout, right? You have the more of the vision network starting out is very important. Tooth and Tail, kind of Tooth and Tail. We liked them, and we immediately got along with them too, because like we both noticed that we had like the same idea for like, okay, just build a production structure and that gives you troops, right? And then you don't need to worry about an extra tedium. So it's kind of cool that we had a similar aspect there as well. But other than that, yeah, we're definitely more StarCraft bias, but we try to put in a little bit more like RPG-ish depth in units, where like maybe they'll have like an interesting buff, right? That's kind of situational. Or have cute little positional things, or if your unit holds still for a couple seconds, then they gain X buff.
Great. All right. And any good in-house memes you can share?
Oh yeah, we got.
Oh my god.
So many.
So
All right, just give me a couple.
Yeah.
Teapot's pretty elite.
Where do I send
Dylan, if you could acquire some, they're all visual memes. If you could acquire some from the ammunition chat. So we're promoting our Kickstarter, and I'm kind of organizing that, and we're trying to get everyone in the company to get together and do some promotion stuff. And we got a team full of creative people. So what ends up happening is like our artists just start drawing memes and funny things and passing them back and forth to each other. And then we're like, hey guys, can we use this? We're like, no, 100% use this. So
Where do you want this dropped, by the way, guys?
Drop
I
it to
can
Cobra in some way.
Cool. I can
ABPM.
ship post for literal days.
Yeah, so we had a lot of fun coming up with Immortal memes and silly things. We've been posting a lot of them on Twitter. Go ahead and follow us on Twitter at Gates of Pyre.
We
all of our stuff is there.
We also have a funny thing that I didn't notice until someone told me, or they showed me. One of my developers put in a cheat code. So one of the high tier units on Karaf is just a teapot model, because we didn't have its official model yet. It's just a flying teapot, and it goes and casts giant spells that kills everybody. So one of my developers put in a cheat code that lets you toggle the old model back in. That lets you toggle the teapot back in from the new unit.
I like it.
It was great. So
Yeah,
flying teapots of death. We have concept art of flying teapots of death backing Sapari.
Yeah, the teapot is just a really basic gray box that we can throw in so we can test the unit without having to have a model. And for a long time, all the playtesting was secret. And what the playtesters were doing basically in our Discord server was dropping teapot emojis. There's the New England coming out. The teapot emojis on pretty much everything in the public server, and be like, man, what is with these people in Teapot? What is the Teapot all about? What's going on? And then the person would like get access to pre-alpha, and it would be that first moment where they saw the Teapot. They're like, "Oh, I like the Teapot!" And they just get decimated by it because it's super, super powerful.
The other fun thing that we have is that because we didn't bother like putting in a good game like a Cerner button yet, because there's just more fun stuff to work on. So people would just turn on cheat codes and put on God mode and just
Oh, that's
make
funny.
a GG out of units and just, all right, the game's over, because they just started summoning massive fleets of capital ships.
Yeah, that's
All
our
right,
current
GG.
GG. We don't have text padding yet, so it's God mode GGs only.
All right, excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you for the questions, Alessandro. Already mentioned the player-made mods and maps. We'll skip that. Project Barrett asks, any other RTS games the Immortal Dev team like to play or have played lots other than Brood War and StarCraft 2? Have you folks talked to Theorycrafter or worked with the Frost Giant team at all about the future of RTS?
Yeah, I can kind of, I guess, start us off. Yeah, like I mean, Tom has a long, kind of standing relationship, warm relationship with Tim. Good guy. Regarding games, obviously, like League of Legends, Dota 2 are all like 1,000 or more hours for core design members. TF2, Jesus, like I think TF2 ate like 9,000 hours during my college years. It was just incredible. Like I just got really into it because it was really easy to pick up and play, and you could have teammates who are really good at FPS and people who are absolutely terrible, and everyone could actually participate in the game. That was good. Um, yeah, and there was some like Magic the Gathering, obviously, huge fan. I don't think I don't think I'm like professional grade like you were. Were you playing like during the Wrath cycle, Artosis?
Me?
Or like
Yeah, I
yeah,
started during Weatherlight and I played until I think I formally quit in like 2004-ish.
gotcha. So you survived
Yeah.
like combo winter and stuff at Ursus. That's rough.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I killed a lot of artifacts. Yeah, no, I was the I was playing the PTQ circuit in like the Boston area and stuff. So I was pretty good. I played a lot.
Cool. Yeah,
Okay.
so that'd be like kind of my main space. Beyond that, like absolute for casual games, like I love the Elder Scrolls, interesting, well written open world RPGs. Witcher 3 is good. Um, Valheim is like my latest chill game. It's wonderful. I love dying to trees and like pretending I'm some sort of Dark Soulsian badass and then dying to a mosquito. It's great. That's me.
Right?
As far as RTS goes, unfortunately, I'm very one-dimensional and just have a stupid number of hours racked up in StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, and that's pretty much it. Joining the team and realizing that I have a lot of work to do in terms of drawing from other RTS has been something that's just a really fun part of my job, and so I've been branching out and playing a lot of RTS. Played a total ton of Halo Wars 2, messing around with the concept of all that type of stuff. And I'm also addicted to Valheim as far as non-RTS goes. I really love dopamine treadmills, and I have to be careful with them. And when I get into a real good one, it's hard to get out.
I just play everything except for boring cinematic games with stories, because I'm just kind of a mechanics person.
I'm with you on that, man. Fuck
Yeah,
stories.
fuck stories. They're
Sorry,
boring.
Dylan.
Sorry.
It's
I
all
don't do
good.
emotions.
You're surrounded on all sides by mechanics people.
Yeah.
Diablo 2 is like, speaking of like dopamine treadmills, like I have lost years of my life in high school, and I'm really worried about my productivity once Diablo 4 and or the Diablo 2 like re-release hits. I'm in deep shit.
Excellent.
I'm probably the most like multi-dimensional person, where I got like insanely good at Counter-Strike. Played way too much. I'm probably the best. I don't know. Am I the best person at StarCraft on the dev team? Probably. I don't know.
It's either
Yeah.
you or Javier, right?
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
well
Javier's
Javier's
more active
Grandmaster.
because he's GM right now, or
And
was
then
recently.
if you name an RTS, I've probably played it.
Yeah.
Probably my favorites were like Supreme Commander, 0K, TA Spring's really fun. Command and Conquer 2 is probably like my most favorite campaign, single player experience, and just playing versus bots with the family. Like that game's just insane. All of the early Command and Conquers, Age games, all of those. Spellforce is pretty neat. Yeah. Just way too much.
Travis is
Rise of
friggin'
Legends was
obnoxious.
amazing. It was hilarious.
I have a game that I play with myself, and I've yet to win it, where I will try to look up some fucking obscure multiplayer game, usually from the late 90s or early aughts, and I ask in passing Travis if he's played it. And usually, not only has he played it, but he gives me a little thesis on like what's good and what's not about it. His batting average currently is still 100%, and it really
Damn.
irks me.
Damn.
I'm a VR
Alright.
chat
We'll stump the
game.
Travis
I'm a boomer when it comes to games. I say it early. Absolute boomer. I play too much Heroes of Might and Magic early on.
Yeah.
Oh, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, actually. I still play
Yeah,
that
that
game.
is a good one.
I still play that game.
Excellent. All right, Project Barrett, thank you for the question. Some Drunk Canadian asks, you guys mentioned in Esports Advisory Board how important Esports is to the success of this game. One of the biggest things I think really helps StarCraft 2's Esports scene is the replay function and observer mods like GameHeart, comparative to other games. Can you guys share how you'll approach this? You guys
Absolutely.
thinking about like the observer mode?
Yeah. So the way that we're doing the UI is that by default, observer UI is going to be different than player UI. It's going to be designed specifically for the constraints and the advantages and disadvantages of observers. And like everything else, we'll be aggressively reaching out to professional StarCraft 2 observers and observers of other tournaments, talk about, what kind of things they want to see. Ollie is a great guy that I'd like to talk to from time to time, try to reach out to him, things what's going on, taking over the GameHeart stuff. Each user interface will have a variety of user interfaces, and each one will be customized and optimized for that particular function.
Great. Good answer. All right. Thank you, Some Drunk Canadian. Fear Dragon asks, hi, everyone. What is SunSpear? Don't all pears grow in the sun? Okay. Thank you.
So one,
Robbie.
yeah, that's classic. Classic Fear Dragon. Two, I think he must have had a bug like in one of our dev meetings, 4 years ago. So yeah, we were aware. Our pears are all chemosynthetic. They can grow at the bottom of the Marianas Trench and Challenger Deep. Our pears are superior.
Damn. All right. And he actually has a question there in between all the memes. So far in the game, what is everyone's favorite unit and why?
So
I don't know
I'll
if you
go
guys can
first.
reveal that, but
I'll go
yeah, go
first. My favorite unit is the Hallower because the Hallower is a dislodger unit that has a very long range, and I really enjoy being annoying with long range units and staying just out of range and poking people and getting them frustrating and making them attack when they're not supposed to attack and then winning. Winning by defense is 100% my favorite way to win.
It's a great way to win.
The coolest thing about the Hallower 2 is kind of one of those happy little dev accidents that Travis wants to fix and I don't want to fix, is that it has basically Vulture Micro. It has this really cool gliding movement to just how it interacts with the engine. And so we're figuring out how to trim its power budget to allow for that really cool play pattern. And we have a pretty good solution for that.
Cool.
I don't know. The Zephyr is really cool because it's sort of a agile harasser, and because our artists at the time were learning kind of literacy with RTS, one of the little oops is its body language and its profile says I'm a melee fighter, even though it was supposed to do this cool little twirl attack and fire off its little hard light feathers as a ranged attack, and it has that. But basically during implementation, our tech artist is like, dude, this actually could be really fun as a AoE melee unit. So it's kind of like a cleaving Hellion / Vulture kind of thing, and it works really, really well. And the art is friggin' great. So that was I think for that reason, it's one of my favorites. For Karoth, probably overall conceptually, the throne. It's a really distinct silhouette, and it combines sort of these rock solid foundations of everything that's cool about a capital ship in a way that doesn't look like a flying brick. like the Cattle Bruiser. So I'd say the Throne.
Cool.
Mine's
Travis, you have a favorite?
definitely the Bloodbound. No
Oh
one
man,
in playtesting gets to play with it yet, but it is so fun. In testing the internal testing for the closest unit to it, like it is just so fun. It is basically just a Dark Templar with no cloak, where it goes around slicing dudes, gains some HP when it kills something or when it deals damage, and then it has a teleport. But wherever it teleports onto, the closest unit to where you teleport to takes an absurd amount of damage. So you just jump on top of enemy casters and assassinate them, or you go be annoying and jump up in cliffs to go kill workers and then bounce back out. And then when you
the
run out
cooldown
of
on that blink
mana,
is
you just
fucking
bleed your
absurd.
HP and then you run away. So just
Yep.
Sounds OP.
they're the closest thing to like
It was one of the
ground-based
most insanely
mutalisks I can
broken.
think of.
Yep.
All right. Great answers. Thank you. All right. Just looks like 3 more questions here from Whale Lol. How much company resources will you guys put on non-cosmetic monetization relative to cosmetic? Non-competitive games can leverage gacha for characters and weapons, and card games can sell booster packs, but those may not apply here. StarCraft 2 examples would be the Nova DLC and co-op commanders.
That's a
So
really good.
he's basically asking like, like how much is it of it's going to be closer to that rather than like skins for the cosmetics.
Yeah. As a general rule, you want to have more cosmetics than playables, than gameplay altering stuff. One, because burden of knowledge, like we want to respect players' time and asking them to constantly relearn the game at a really fast pace is not respectful to their time, and it's not respectful to the game state. That said, so it's like what the actual like formula is. I can't give you that off the top of my head, and I don't think I'm allowed to. But
Mhm.
the general rule of thumb is you make new content that affects the gameplay, either in a PvE scenario with like something like a Nova campaign or like a Hearthstone adventure, and then you pair that with or a new Immortal, which is definitely the most relevant for multiplayer, for competitive. And then every time that's what we call horizontal monetization. And then every time you do that, it unlocks new avenues, sort of wells of cosmetics that you can give. Um, yeah, that's about as detailed an answer as I can give right now.
Oh, no problem. That's great. Thank you, Whale Lol, for the question. Grandpa Wacho asks, to what extent do you guys talk to or consult with other teams or companies that are creating RTS games such as Frost Giant or Dreamhaven? Do you share thoughts or best practices, or is that a big no-no as technically they are competitors? You kind of
Like,
talked about this before, but if you want to.
yeah, I mean, there's, obviously there have to be healthy barriers because we all have different products and we want to make sure that we're protecting the developers and their livelihoods. But beyond that, like, yeah, like we've been very open and very transparent with Frost Giant, and we've worn our heart on our sleeve with Mike and Amy, and they everyone's been very generous with their time and their availability. They're very approachable people. Um,
Mm,
I can't really talk about those conversations, but
mm.
yeah, like we're all on the same team. Everyone says the same thing, and judging by the quality of the people, like I believe him. We're all trying to make the best possible RTS play space for people because we play RTSs and we know what's at stake.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all gonna be playing the shit out of the Frost Giant game, like as soon as
Oh,
it's
no
Yeah.
out.
doubt.
Like
Yeah.
Obviously.
like
I'm sure they'll
uh,
be playing the shit out of this too. It's
yeah,
just
yeah.
Mhm.
It's there's a StarCraft 2 lived as like the RTS game in the West for the past 10 years. I would love so much if we could have not a monopoly in that space, so
Mhm.
that we can be challenging the design of the Frost Giant game and coming up with stuff and pushing them to work harder, and they push us, and ultimately everybody wins in that.
totally.
I'm not when Frost Giant was announced, we were all pretty psyched about the possibility of having another really great RTS in the
Mm.
space. And
Yeah, the energy
we
like
we
went through the roof.
like you know, you've got Monk who's doing the co-op stuff, and to me, especially in quality of life, co-op has been a really cool place where a lot of experimentation has been done in StarCraft 2 and improvements have been made that just would not be allowed in the main game because of the doubling down on the hardcore fan base. And you've got Ryan Shooter, you've got Tim.
It's a dream team.
It's gonna be
Straight
a
up
great.
dream
It's gonna
team.
be a great game. We know it's gonna be a great game, and you know that just motivates us to make sure that our game is just as great, if not better.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
definitely not a zero-sum game right now. There's a lot of people who've never played an RTS before, and they might like it. There's so many people who would try it and then be like, "Well, I guess I like RTS. It's cool. We can go into this genre." So there's definitely room for a lot of people who've never played an RTS to be introduced to it and then grow the space.
Totally. Great answer. All right, last question, guys, from our very own Cobra Venom. He says, voice packs, can you mention whose golden tones will fill my ears telling me I'm supply blocked every 14 seconds?
So
Oh,
we've actually constructed Artosis's voice for every single line.
I've
We've
bad
recorded
news.
and just
We have an AI
hashed
bot.
it together.
Yeah.
We've
Well, for the
captured it.
supply block, it has to be something like, fuck!
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, we can do one better. We, using very advanced computer learning techniques, have managed to triangulate the pitch and tone of Poop Feast 420's actual human voice.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah. Voice packs are planned. They're on the Kickstarter, actually. Like, I think our $10,000 God Star tier basically lets you work with us to pick someone, whether yourself or someone else, to get your voice back in the game. We obviously will be working with community members, you know, so chances are,
Yeah.
if you're a beloved figure in the community, we're happy to talk to you, get your voice in the game.
Yeah,
This is a
and there
game
may or may not be, you know, community members that might appear in sort of more normal-ish voice acting positions potentially.
hypothetically.
Yeah,
All
it's
strictly
not
hypothetical.
very hypothetical.
Cool.
Yeah, look forward to sharing what we have soon.
All right. All right. Yeah. That does it for the Patreon questions and thus the show, guys. Thank you so much for coming on and answering absolutely everything that I asked. That's awesome.
Of course.
I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate that.
They're great questions.
Oh,
Um,
Yeah, this has been wonderful.
If it's
This is
cool,
all I
I'd like
do.
to make a few shout outs.
Yeah, please. This is your final moments to say what you want.
Before, you know, the news tightens. Cool. So like, we've gotten here by doing a lot of starving and bleeding, and we haven't done it alone. We have people literally around the world who have tested with us at ungodly hours for them, whether they're on the team or not. I want to thank them for their hard work and their sacrifice. We have production partners in Santiago, Chile. The guys at A1 made a fucking awesome, like, AA fighting game, kind of in the spirit of Tekken, called Omen of Sorrow. They're awesome. Their game's good. If you like it, you should check it out. They're really good people. And also Leanda Studios. They're incredible animators. They're the guys who we've been working with for that little cinematic teaser, which is a small work in progress piece of something that we want to show you guys later. But those guys are artists, and they've been, like, condemned by circumstance to, like, doing cat litter commercials with Disney quality, like Pixar Disney quality, like, hair animation. They're fantastic. So if you're in the business of, like, getting a pre-rendered cinematic, they're incredible to work with, and we look forward to working with them in the future. Yeah, just, there have been a lot of people. Like, big shout out to Jeff Robinson. He literally, like, met with us when we were fucking nobodies. And he lent his voice and his cred behind us, and we owe a lot to him. And yeah, we're paying that forward. So we didn't get here alone. We didn't get here because, like, we're super duper geniuses. We're here because we worked and we starved and we bled and we learned. So thanks.
Wonderful. Travis or Tom, any final words before we close
I don't
this
want to
out?
follow that, man. God, it's
Yeah, no,
too
it's too much,
powerful.
right?
Yeah.
Dylan's got
It's
the
too
way
well
with
said.
words.
Don't
Yeah,
let Dylan go first next time.
yeah, man. We got to cut him off next time. I just, I want to give personally, like I do the UI stuff, do the hotkey stuff, but I'm also in charge of the community, and I want to give a shout out to all the harbingers. Harbingers are a special class of people that we talk to, we curate, and we train and we improve, and those are the people that when you roll into our Discord server and there are people welcoming you, they're harbingers, and where there are people there that are, trying to help the people that are freaking out and calm them down instead of overreacting. Those are the harbingers, and they're what make our community, they're the heart of our community. And I'm so proud of the space that they've created and the ridiculously uniform positive feedback that we get from how the people experience our community. So thank you guys.
Awesome. Travis, anything?
Yeah, I just can't wait to fix more bugs.
All right. Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect ending
Classic
there.
Dev.
All right. So that does it for the Pylon Show. Thank you again, guys, for coming on. Thanks to all of our Patrons. We really appreciate you guys. Yeah, that's, I guess, other than that, big thank you to the staff of the Pylon Show, of course. Of course, our
Cobra is
$100
a
tier,
god.
Shane Astrofin, Jerry Wang. Yeah, Cobra, who does so much, Alessandro, so much behind the scenes, and more people as well. So, yeah, you can see there's the crew right there and all of our links. Guys, thanks for watching. That's it for this Pylon Show, and we'll see you next time.
Gotta throw you to This Week in Starcraft with Creighton Olson. Thank you for watching, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to This Week in Starcraft. Today is Wednesday, March the 17th, and we have got some amazing Starcraft and Brood War news. A lot going on, even after IEM Katowice and Stay at Home Story Cup finish up. The Starcraft community keeps on chugging. Let's take a look at our topics from the Templar Archives this week. Of course, every week we feature 3 or 4 major events. This week, the ESL Open Cups, the StarCraft 2 GSL Code S for Season 1 of 2021, and the World Team League WTL starting up very, very soon. Let's take a look at all 3 of these, and then we'll discuss the rest of our action for the week. Of course, it wouldn't be a week without the ESL Open Cups. No points on the board right now, but of course these players still playing for the $400 in each cup. Looks like the Korea Cup getting off to a pretty good start here with Dark and Cure in the finals in Week 61, with Creator and Vivid in the next final. So congrats to Dark and Creator for those 3-1 wins in their respective areas. ESL Cup EU. I thought this was a typo for a minute, but no. It's Clem 3-0 Showtime, and I believe Clem 3-1 Showtime in the previous week as well. So congrats to Clem for snagging 2 ESL Open Cups. That kid's got to be bored with no major tournaments out there to win. Poor guy. Poor guy. Of course, cast by Roddy, Chicken Man, Steadfast, Mr. Pink, Indy, and Monsters. Then, of course, the ESL Cup NA looks like, for the first time in a long time, a North American actually made it to the finals! Scarlet keeping it real here, dropping down to Armani 03, but still fantastic work by her. Congrats to Zest and Armani for winning the ESL North America Open Cup. Of course, the 2021 GSL Season 1 Code A competition starting very soon. Some fantastic matches here. As you can see, a good distribution of races, great players, everything you'd hope for from the GSL. I'm getting jazzed to see how this new format works. I know some people are like, oh, there's fewer players. I don't know, man. I think it's going to be all right. And some extra good news is that the GSL qualifiers will be streamed. I just got the replays myself yesterday. So we'll be casting those replays this Saturday at 1200 Central Daylight Time 5 o'clock GMT on my Africa TV channel. So check my Twitter page and you'll know when those qualifiers will be cast. Code S will start up April 1st as well. So we get 8 winners from Code A. That'll move on to the 12-player Code S. So that'll start April 1st. GSL on the way. I'm so excited. And of course, the World Team League. This is, you may know it previously as the Chinese Team League, the Gold Team League. The requirements for a Chinese Chinese territory-controlled players has been dropped. So it's just going to be all these awesome teams. I mean, Alpha X, Team Exxon, Team Liquid, Shopify Rebellion, all these foreign teams coming out for the WTL starting next weekend. And that'll be cast in English by myself and by Wardy, who cast it last time as well. So good coverage here. I'm real excited. Oh, if you guys missed Stay at Home Story Cup, this segment was freaking epic. Go back and watch it. It was pretty damn good. Stay at Home Story Cup, of course, Stats winning a clean 3-0 victory over Serral, and that screenshot captures about how everybody felt during the event. Just shock and awe and surprise. Stats rolled him, man. Stats rolled him. They both played so well, but Stats was just on top of his game there, and congrats to Stats for the big win at Stay at Home Story Cup. What was the first time since 2019 that we've had a non-Serral Stay at Home Story Cup winner, I think? Wild. Of course, the Olimo League happening every single Wednesday. That's Maynard, or Tuesday. Oh god, I got it wrong. Tuesdays. Cast by Maynard, ALGS, and O Gaming and Crank TV. This is a great tournament. Olimo does so much good work, and they're on number 221. This thing runs like clockwork. Stats and Zest with some wins over Solar and Maxed in those games. A lot of Protoss in the finals there. Come on, Korean Terran players. Get in there. Oh, and the biggest news out of North America. Oh my god. Mio Micah is no longer the #1 player in North America Ladder Heroes for the first time in recorded history. Or at least recent memory. He's been overtaken by Trigger, the Canadian player. And that's a name you're going to want to keep your eyes open for the rest of this week in StarCraft, because Trigger is making waves, y'all. Couple Alpha X show matches, as always, every week. Solar taking out Zest 5-3. Good win for Solar. I love the glasses. Dream taking out Ragnarok 4-3 in their show match. And into the Alpha X Pro Circuit number 5 has just finished up with TY over Zest in the grand final. So beautiful stuff there from Alpha X. They always do so much great work in the StarCraft community. You can catch their streams on Trovo, on any of their casters on Twitch. They're always doing good work. In the Alpha X Ultimate Battle Series with DRG winning 6-5 over TY. So TY, that washed up caster. Bless his heart. Sentimiento Latino, the tournament for Latin American residents, so no Cham, Kellisher, or Special. And Paco Mike grabs that crown back after not doing so hot, I think, last week, 2 weeks ago. Number 105 coming up very soon here on March the 19th. That'll be Friday. So if you're in Latin America, you want to sign up for that, check it out. And if you want to watch your favorite LatAm characters playing up with whatever crazy builds they can cook up, cast in English by the Cranky Ducklings, Grizzly in Spanish, and Cosmos in Portuguese. Copa Hyperion, another LatAm tournament. This time Ryu making another deep dive, but Chaos Fate, the Peruvian Terran player, making some waves as well. Chaos Fate doing really well in these LatAm tournaments. It's very exciting to see him performing so well. Ryu winning the week before, and Chaos Fate winning this week, both in 3-0s in the grand finals. What's up with that? The OSC King of the Hill continues, of course, every Saturday morning, including this one. We've had good ones. Max Pax sniped 4Jumi after 4Jumi had a sick run. Max Pax also had a sick run. And then we got to this week, and it was just kind of, every player winning one series all the way until Christianer took 5 in a row, defeated by Ryan, defeated by Mana. So Mana ends the week with the crown after winning one whole best-of-1 series. That's every week on my channel. Battle of the Americas and North America representing. What's up? Again, Trigger winning some great matches there. Trigger over Jim Rising and then Ryu in the finals. So congrats to Trigger for winning last week's event. And then, of course, Latin America stole it back from us with Cham. 3-0 in the next week. So Cham reclaiming the crown for LATAM there. This is a great little tournament. I love it. The Bond Open Cup, a monthly tournament with 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 tournaments, which is very cool. Open to anybody, and obviously Cham winning that first one over Eggs, the Colombian Zerg player. Nice 2-0 for Cham, and it looks like $200. Oh, $200 prize pool. So he probably won, I don't know, $100 or so. Not bad, Cham. Not bad. The Friends Star League continuing. This used to be the Family Star League, and then they sort of expanded to get some of their buddies in there as well. 3 2-0s here in the Code A, Code S, and Code B finals. Cyan over Criminal. Neutrophil over Regret. And Lucky Tiger over Typhoon Fusion in Code B. Typhoon Fusion looks like he's about 6 years old, and that's awesome. I love seeing these kids play in StarCraft, doing better than we ever will. The PSL, Psystorm StarCraft League, has the qualifiers coming up soon. The qualifiers themselves are worth some scratch, which is nice. This will be live on Trovo, and a prize pool up to $1,000 USD. Guaranteed 500, so that's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive stuff. Probots coming back for those automated AI StarCraft 2 programs. We got some wins here. Looks like 4-Gate bot is out. Scarlet's bot is gone against 12 pool from Spiny, apparently. Ugh. But this is continuing here. Winners round 3, losers round 4, happening here pretty soon. Check that out. It's on... I can't remember the Twitch off the top of my head, but it's on the channel. It's on the channel notes, so you can find that Twitch. CSO Cup, open to any player. You just got to be a member of the CSO Discord server. And looks like Koss taking out Geralt 3-1 in the grand finals. Legacy Weekly Japan. All the usual names: Psyarch, Visorabana, Albion, and Jacko. A newish name coming through here. But Albion winning that Japanese tournament as is tradition. He generally does very well in these events. It's usually Albion or Psyarch. And Visorabana usually makes pretty deep runs. NA contender, baby. So this is for players below the GM level. The round of 12 kicking off. It says today here, so I'm guessing Wednesday. Very exciting stuff. We see some familiar names. Captain Canuck, one of my casting buddies. Lazor Cat, love seeing him in tournaments. So cool stuff here. And then, of course, the NA Apprentice, which is for a different level of player as well. Masters or below? I can't remember what it was. Anyway, round of 12 coming up into the quarterfinals. The playoffs are set for this NA Apprentice. Check it out on Liquipedia. You can figure out where all these matches are going to be held on Twitch from the show notes. Thanks to Sugar and Cranky Ducklings team for sponsoring and casting this event. The NA Apprentice Team League, of course, continuing with next week's matches set. Exxon v Exxon, Gaming versus the Clowns, and Genesis versus Alpha X. These are streamed on Winter and by Passer 2300. So check out the schedule and keep your eyes on this NA Apprentice Team League. It's great to see this whole series of events coming together and providing a competitive structure for, less than pro players. It's very cool. Oh, the 10th and final Bald Guy Classic. We had a real good one. All these players fighting really well. Snoxtar beating Soul in the winner's final, and then Soul battling his way back 3-1 and 4-0 to clean sweep those grand finals. Soul got Terran all 4 games in the grand finals. So it's pretty hard to win a random tournament when your opponent gets their main race 4 times, and poor Snoxtar got Terran 3 times and Protoss once. We counted there's like a 1 in 87 chance, or some 1 in 80, that doesn't even make sense mathematically. A 1 in, I don't know, whatever it is, crazy chance that Soul would get his main race all 4 times. The Magikarp Masters Cup, March 19th, that's this Friday, for if you're bronze to 4,900 MMR. Last week we saw Eras and Reality splitting a $15.03 prize pool. Congrats to them. And Maple Dominion is going to bring us back another one here this Friday at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So check that one out over on Captain Canuck 35. Canuck, a great caster. Just had him on for the Bald Guy Classic. The Berserker Master League. This is for tournaments up to Diamond 1, and it looks like an actual Viking winning this one. Fjant from Sweden with the Viking name, doing great there. taking out Lasercat in round 1. Look at that, Lasercat popping up again. Some familiar names here, some new names. Very cool event. Very cool event. Next, it says Friday, January the 8th. Not sure that's right. Anyway, Legion Cup bi-weekly number 2. It's a multi-region based tournament. Looks like about a $25 prize pool, $30 prize pool, give or take. Pretty cool stuff. And Shakor took first place with Daniello in second. Team Phoenix and the Drunken Outlaws. I love the Drunken Outlaws name. This is going to be streamed over on Dave Testa, LGN. Dave Testa, casting that event. And I imagine there'll be another one, pretty soon, March 20th. So coming right up. Some Drunk Canadians winner. I'll buy your dinner was winner won by Geralt, taking out Hopped in that grand finals. Geralt winning $30 worth of delivery food. Good. Keep that man handsome. Keep him fed. Geralt winning in a tough match though, 4-3 in the grand finals. Wow. All the way to game 7. Gotta be a good one. Good fight. And of course, in the food-based tournament section of the Pylon shows this week in Starcraft segment, we got the Pizza Pie bi-weekly with Neens winning her 2nd pizza this week, and the previous week with Max Pax winning his 6th pizza. Max Pax dangerously close to making us change our graphic here and add a 7th pizza category for Max Pax. Congrats to Neens and Max Pax. God, Nina winning 3-0 over Geralt. Very nice. Oh, and this is so cool, guys. Almost $250,000 from DARPA to play StarCraft. So when your parents tell you that playing video games isn't worth your time, say, "But Mom, DARPA's sponsoring StarCraft play." These RIT PhD students gonna go ahead and try and write a program that'll help defend against what's known as catastrophic forgetting. For artificial intelligence systems. It's like when you play chess. The chess bot that you're playing against doesn't know what happened last turn, doesn't know what happened the turn before, it doesn't give a shit. It doesn't have like a plan. It just looks at the board and says, this is the strongest move, generally speaking. And then the chance that they like have any memory of what happened before isn't tough. It's tough to overcome. So this should be really cool. I'm looking forward to learning more about what these guys are up to. La Espira has 2 segments out, Season 2, Episode 9, where they talk about I Am Katowice and our boy Raynor. And then, of course, Episode 10, they're talking with the Immortal team, the SunSpear Games team, who are making this new game called Immortal Gates of Pyre, which if you're about to watch the show, or you just watched the show, you might have learned a little more about. So if you want to hear more about this in your native language of Spanish, check out La Espira, and you get even more of that Immortal Gates of Pyre content. The Laughing Falcon Invitational by Laughing Games and Falcon Paladin. Going to be featuring some pretty damn good players here. Rogue, Stats, DRG, Innovation. March 20th at 9 o'clock p.m. PDT. So check that out. And of course, as we said earlier, the Doyu Cup WTL World Team League kicking off on March 26th. A ton of new teams. Fighting Fish Cup. 12 teams going to compete. Hosted by the Star World Old Boys and with official sponsors Doyu Live, Macro, and Aishitu. It's going to be great. I'm so excited to cast this event. Man, it's going to be fun. The ARET interviews. This one's awesome. ARET, this Friday, ARET's going to be interviewing our very own producer, Cobra Venom, with that blue hair. I love it. And he's going to be talking about live streaming, production, and what all he has to do behind the scenes to make this work. The VODs will be up on YouTube as well, so if you don't catch it live, catch it on YouTube for sure. Because I think a lot of people don't know this, because when something goes wrong with the Pylon show, everybody's like, "Oh, come on, Cobra Venom, do your job." Cobra Venom's fucking incredible at what he does, and producing a live show via the internet is incredibly complex. He does just incredible work. So I recommend checking this out. I'm going to try and catch this myself if I get the chance. We're going to end this week in StarCraft with the cutest StarCraft story of the week. Our boy Nathanius got engaged to his beautiful wife, fiance, soon-to-be wife. Very happy for them, and very happy for that red jacket, which is, by popular demand, going to make an appearance at the next live StarCraft event for sure. Congrats to Nathanius and his beautiful fiance. We move from StarCraft 2 to Brood War now. And speaking of a man and his beautiful fiancée, we'll get into the Bombastic Star League now. March 13th finished up with Group C, and Group D was the next day as well. So it looks like we got all 4 of their groups finished up for the Bombastic Star League, with DeWalt and BOA taking out SPX and Quark in that GSL-style group. Group D. The Brood War, oh geez, weekly. I'm never going to get tired of making that joke. Bonneth taking out Gorinch this week. Gorinish? I don't know. This Brood War G's Weekly happens every Saturday with a $90 prize pool from the Esports Fund. So this is really cool. These foreign players making a good run and put on a good show. The best of the best is back. Continuing. DeWalt, Bonneth, and Truda took matches this week. Looks like DeWalt, Bonneth, and Dandy up in that top side, but Terror still undefeated as well. They're going by map score, though, and DeWalt is head and shoulders above everybody else there. This is looking like a really cool event. It's starting to get really exciting, guys. 66 show matches total, and they're going to win an equal percentage of a $4,000 prize pool, depending on what their percentage is. So you want to crank out as many games as you possibly can. Very cool. So even Striker's going to win some money. The Torneo del Teoaz, number 7, happening on the 21st there, or on the 8th. God, those dates. The 8th of March. Gambier hit, winning that one. Streamed on Facebook, and you can check out their Discord and their Facebook group with the links below. A Brood War show match between Light and Best. Gonna be on Trovo with Team Think Quick TV. Check those out. Got a couple casters in Korean. Should be a good time with Light and Best. And DeWalt and Dandy, foreign tournament as well. And, ooh, another Terra versus Kala curtain raisers. They got little, pre-show matches. That's exciting, man. The Think Alpha series, obviously sponsored by Alpha X, doing some Brood War content now as well. Excellent. The Coach Pupil League continuing. I got some bad news for fans of fun. Team names, Mech and Cheese, defeated by the Amigos in the quarterfinals. The good news is the other amazing team, Team IKEA Build Orders, upsetting their rivals to go for that spot against Rats in the semis. Grand finals TBD, but the semifinals coming up March 21st. That's Sunday, I believe. Very cool. And of course, Tassel's here, working on his YouTube series, Tasteless Teaches Brood War. Number 2 is up, learning about probes, those mysterious little robots. Check that out if you're into Brood War. Tasteless doing a really good job sort of explaining it at a base level for idiots like me who want to learn a little bit more. And that's it. Guys, that covers this week in StarCraft, both StarCraft 2 and Brood War. I don't know if it's... We gotta update this. We gotta get Raynor in here somewhere, now that he's an official IEM Katowice big boy. We got Cyril's hat. We got the fruit dealer. We got an ST. We gotta sneak Raynor in here. Can we get like a pizza or I don't know, some other vaguely offensive Italian stereotype? Something like that would be great. Fellas, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me for this week in StarCraft. Enjoy the show, or I hope you enjoyed the show, depending on if we air this before or after. And we'll see you next week in StarCraft.
Thank you, everyone. See you next week.